Hello everybody and welcome back to the mini main day 2 here at the King's Room Sydney Millions as we look around the room at our top 17 player redraw. You can see Ling Lu, who was just on our stream table, moved across to the outside table now. There's Josh Baraba beside her. Also on that table 7, Sean Zammit, Marius Demetriou, Ian Kim and Peter Stott. Those last 3 were just on our feature table prior to the break. And look at those stacks. Jared Thatcher at the top of the counts. 7.2 million, which is remarkable because the next best stack is Ling with 2.6 million. He has this field crushed in the counts. And if you were watching our stream earlier, seeing some of the short stacks that we had,
15.
wondering, wow, what a short tournament.
17-weight chop, guys. 17-weight.
Lots of tiny stacks. Not the case. Jared Thatcher is the one with all the chips. He has got, literally, he's got like 4 times the average stack. As a matter of fact, he's got a quarter of the chips in play. Just about 1/4 of the entire chips in this entire tournament, and there are still 17 players left. And I mentioned earlier that it was lovely to see Beth back in the dealing chair. She hasn't dealt at a poker series since April. And I said it would be nice to see her jump on the feature table. And there she is for us, dealing out the action. Beth Rose. Got plenty of dealers here from Japan. Plenty of Japanese dealers around. And we got Beth here representing Scotland as we have King 10 for Bradley Bacon. Opening it to 2 pigs from the hijack. A reminder, the blinds are now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. And pretty standard play here. John Stephanopoulos in the cutoff with less than 10 bigs. Sticks all of his chips in the middle. We say hello to Liam Jehu out of the small blind. With the Queen 8-0. Don't imagine he'll be proceeding much further with this hand. As he looks around the room here. Liam there does let go, and it does come back around to Brad, who decides to fold.
You never need it. Yeah, but I don't want to wear them.
And again, a recap of this event to those viewers tuning in. This is the mini main event. The main event is $2,000 to buy in. Mini main event, $450. And what is phenomenal is the fact that this had a $150,000 guarantee to begin with, and it was demolished, crushed, blown out of the water, whatever term you want to use. But the fact is we nearly doubled that guarantee, $290,000. As we have here, Michael Lai opening with the Ace 9 of clubs, all in for his remaining 10 big blinds. And a couple of pretty hands there. Not least Jack 10 suited, who with just the less than 3 bigs at his disposal for AJ, he's happy to let it run its course. As we have 2 short stacks battling it out, one substantially shorter than the other. Ace 9's ahead, Jack 10 needing some help, no hearts at his disposal. Needs purely a Jack or a 10, 2 of his outs missing, and none get there. So Michael picks up an extra couple of big blinds, and we do lose AJ as he makes his way out of the tournament. We are now down to 16 players. So once again, 16 players left from a field of 745 in this mini main event. From that $290,000 prize pool, nearly doubling the guarantee, 61 grand will go the way of our winner. And there's plenty of competition on this table. Some of the best, some of the strongest players in Australian poker amongst this field, not least on this table. Jared Thatcher, Liam Jehu, Henry Tran.
That was my card, that is.
That was the real one?
All with incredible records of late.
You fucking year.
So,
Your back line's on your own.
We just had Adam Burke joining us in the booth beforehand. He has made the wise decision to jump into this main event. We'll get some numbers on that one shortly, and I know a man that can help me out with that pretty soon, and that is Mark Liddell, who's made his way back into the commentary box and joins me here now. Mark, how are things going around the room, and how are you?
Tell you what, it's a madhouse out there. Yeah, good. I mean, who decided to run 5 tournaments at once?
At the same time. It is a Saturday, so it's good to
It's awesome. The room's buzzing.
give people the options, and I just saw that we are about to commence, or have just started rather, the PLO 456. Spoke to Amanda, who was our TD for that one. Asked her what her experience is with PLO 6. She about borderline said she'd never heard of it until now. She didn't know it was an option. No, that's me putting words in her mouth. That is a great choice of TD for what is going to be a certainly interesting tournament, to say the very least. PLO 456 rotation, 1 level of 4, 1 level of 5, 1 level of 6 card PLO. And again, if you are a fan of the multi-card format, you must do yourself a favour and get here to St George Leagues Club, because you can't miss that. If anyone is a fan
The
of PLO,
room's certainly buzzing. We're coming towards the end of Flight E in the main event.
Yeah.
There's 80-odd runners there.
Wonderful.
We've just run a 10-seat satellite, which is very successful. So those players are just jumping into
Flight E.
satellite
Yep,
F as
yep.
we speak.
Yep.
We've got the PLO going. We've got a deep freeze going.
Something for everyone here.
Something for everyone.
Now we got Liam Jehu, one of the more aggressive players at the table, and he certainly knows how to put the pressure on. He's got a short stack, but that hasn't deterred him from widening the range, opening from the cutoff. The king, 3 of spades, knows that he can navigate this post-flop. Unfortunately, not much help from him on this board, but we can see he's still got the best hand, and if this gets to showdown and this board bricks out, it's going to be good. He might have a teaser bet here. See what he can extract. He goes small. 225,000. Leaves himself with just the 6 big blinds, but as we can see here, Abraham with just the 8 high cannot proceed, and Liam is gonna be relieved with that one. He could not have bricked this board much harder, but Abraham bricked it the hardest. So Liam there in a spot where the big blind could have connected with a fair few of those cards in the middle, but not on that occasion, and he gets himself up to 14 bigs. And if Liam was able to do that off 10 bigs, then it's a scary prospect of what he's going to be able to do with a deeper stack in this field. So you can see there's been a knockout at another table, the other table. So balancing has been required, and we are down to 7 here.
So the real question is, who's going to mow Jared down?
He had half a big pack.
The player to leave is Fotios. Yes, that's a good question. Who is going to mow Jared down, or like who can mow Jared down? Because with a stack like that, you cannot presume that it will be mowed down at all. 70 big blinds when the next biggest stack is, let me get this right, 17.
You could say that's quite dominant
That's,
in anyone's language.
When you've got 4 times as many, literally he's got more than 4 times the next biggest stack. Do a bit of maths here, 17 times 2, 34 times 2, 68.
Yeah,
Still less than 70.
Maths has never been your strongest point, has it, bud? But no, you're spot on.
Yep. you had me going, what? I'm no human calculator, but I'd like to hope that I can double a number a couple of times, which is what these players will be hoping. They'll be hoping for a double a couple of times. But in terms of players that can mow him down, at the top of the list for mine is Henry Tran or Liam Jehu.
100%. A couple of interesting players still left on the other table.
Yes,
so we've
Ling
still got the dangerous Ling.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think we might have just lost. So we've got 14 players left. And in 15th place was Josh Baraba. That is a big scalp.
It's a big scalp.
But yes, you were just saying on that other table, we do have Ling, who was involved in a few hands back to back to back, which was crazy. She chipped up, and just when we thought things couldn't go any better for her, she gets aces. But runs into ace-7 suited, who finds a 7 in the window, another 7 on the flop, and then a 7 on the turn for good measure.
Yeah, wow.
So
You got to love poker.
Oh.
Just when you think you've got it solved.
Well, Ling was she got it in with ace-8, I think, against ace-queen, spikes an 8, stay in the tournament, wins the next hand. I think she won the hand after that, and then she got aces. Like, oh my gosh, how good can you run? And then obviously, as you saw, the variance in poker taking its toll.
So moral to the story, get it in bad.
Get it in bad and win. Never over till it's over. There's another lesson to be learned. Again, I am Chris Waddy, your anchor throughout the course of this series, and I do have the pleasure of being joined by one of the brains, El Jefe, some would say, here at King's Poker. Huge part of this series and making it all possible, Mark Liddell. Pleasure to have him next to me, providing some insight on some of the other events going on today. And when you walk around a room as busy and as buzzing and as thriving as this one is here at St George Leagues Club in Cogra, I can't imagine you'd have any feelings more proud than how you would as an operator seeing your
Proud,
series.
certainly one word.
Yeah.
It's another way to describe it is there's never a dull moment.
Yes.
Certainly the room's filled with all sorts of different characters.
Getting pulled in 100 directions, and you've got a safe haven here in the commentary box.
That's why I've come into here.
Yeah, we are
I've come
tucked
to hide.
away in the just next to the kitchen, which is pleasant now, but in about 2 hours they're going to start doing some cleaning, and it'll feel like we're next to a construction site with the amount of banging and clashing you can hear. And Liam Jehu with the Jack-9 suited, certainly a kind of hand he'd love to play, and he could probably argue a fold or a min click either way. Or he goes larger knowing that the blinds struggle to come along. He goes... Yeah, it's an effective all-in here, and that's what you do with that hand. You get hands like King Jack to fold, and presumably Queen Jack as well to get out of the way, and then the big blind getting 8-4. That is taking the aggressive route and paying off. It's those spots where you'd rather shove with that kind of hand than have to call a shove with that hand. And you have a look at Liam there, going from 10 bigs to 14, now to 16. He's clawing his way up, and for a player of his caliber, that is danger signs for the rest of the table and the rest of the tournament. Opening Jack-9 suited and getting King-Jack and then Queen-Jack both to fold. That is that is aggression, and that is knowing your field. So good on Liam for that. Gets it through.
Quality play, just picks his spots.
Yeah, one of the best young players in Australia. We're looking at some crazy stats to see that Michelle Duskula has the most cashes of any Australian on Handed Mob. And looking down the list, just in amongst the top 20, I think it was, Liam Jehu's name was there. And for a player of his age, I believe he's early 20s still. He's 23, 24 years old. I'm not
super impressive.
Sure. To be amongst the names of Rob Spano, Rob Demelian, Joe Hasham, all with hundreds of cashes, to be in amongst those names in such a short time on the circuit shows dedication, volume, and consistency. So, good on Liam for that. Couple other young names on that long list. Near the top, Lachlan Crilly as well.
Yeah, but then that's counteracted.
So it's going to be interesting to identify who's looking for the pay jumps and who's looking to obliterate that opposition. People like Jared.
Yeah,
so
as soon as Jared gets half a hand, you can imagine he will not be shying away from
it's going to be
getting
a super
involved.
wide range.
Yeah, but again, he'd rather have Liam on his right than his left. I'll tell you that much. Liam there wedged in between two of some of the strongest players in this field, in my opinion, Henry Tran and Jared Thatcher, caught between a rock and a hard place, but Liam knows how to navigate it, and he's got King Jack suited under the gun. A couple of comments in the Facebook chat. We'd love to see you joining us. Daniel Embleton, how can you lose from here, Jared Thatcher? His words, not mine. Again, 70 big blinds is more than 4 times the stat count of anyone else at this table. Truly a remarkable deficit, margin, rather. And Oliver asking what the main event prize pool looks like at the moment. I can see Mark with a calculator next to me.
Yeah, so the main event prize pool's approaching 600,000. So we've still got the rest of Flight F to go.
Yeah.
And of course we've got
entries open on day 2.
Yeah, first 2 levels, and the beauty of the first 2 levels tomorrow is we get to repeat the last level tonight, so players are able to buy in tomorrow at the blinds of 1,000, 2,000 with a 60,000 starting stack, so we got 30 bigs.
That is truly a player-friendly event, not only having entries open on day 2, but a blind level repeating. Absolutely player-friendly. 30 bigs, absolute piles. And 30 bigs is what one of these players could end up with if the chips go in now. Because Liam's open the King, Jack of Diamonds from under the gun. John just has a clear jam, I think, from the small here for his last 14 bigs, especially against Liam Jehu. There we go. And Henry Tran's got King, Queen off. Don't think he'll be continuing against an open from gun and then a jam. I think he's going to think about it for a moment, but I cannot see him calling. And then Liam might have to find a fold as well. Reason being is he's going to find better spots in future. He's going to want to give himself a chance later on in this tournament, I think. We can obviously see he is well and truly behind. In his mind, he could be up against some pairs that he's flipping against, but I think he's just going to find himself more often than not dominated, or at least not comfortably ahead at any point against the shoving range here. So he'll take one last look at his hand, and he's going to think it over a little bit more. Do you ever see him calling in this spot?
I'd be very surprised, also given the fact that John hasn't been particularly active during the last couple of rounds. So.
Yeah, so Liam's one of those players where, yes, you could take the gamble here and run it, but he's that strong a player that he's just going to wait for better spots. You don't want to let variance take too much control when, again, if you consider yourself one of the stronger players, you're going to want to find better opportunities to win chips. So good fold there from Liam. As we could see, he was well and truly behind. And John there, just like that, with the log jam of stacks in between 11 and 15 bigs, that jam there takes him to the second chip lead, which is crazy. Again, it's going to be hard to reference the average stack at this point. It's going to be very hard to reference average stack when you've got such an outlier there, just completely weighing it. We'll need to give you the median stack if we want to give you a better indication of where this tournament is at, because Jared Thatcher, 70 big blinds. Noel Jaber just switched back on. How does Thatcher have 7 million? Sometimes you've got to ask, how doesn't Thatcher have 70 million, 7 million, or 70 big blinds rather? He's one of the strongest players. He's just come off the back of a third place finish in the $5,500 entry WPT Australia Main Tour Stop Championship event, the main event there at the Star Sydney. Just about $270,000 his pickup from that event. Not too shabby. And he's got more than 1.5 million US in the Hendon Mob earnings, so he is certainly the most decorated of the players here at this table, with one of the strongest resumes, and definitely a well-liked figure across the Australian poker circuit, as we see Henry there. Blind on blind, bumping it up to 2.8 bigs, and he could be doing this a lot lighter here, blind on blind, and I think Liam knows that, and that's why he's giving consideration to the King 9 off. We can see that if he decides to run with it, they'll be flipping, which I think is almost one of the better case scenarios for Liam, but he could be up against a lot of Queen 10, Queen Jack, a lot of Queen highs, a bit of Jack 10s. Could be up against some weaker hands that do this, that he's ahead of, so he's happy to take it post and in position with the King 9, happy to navigate it. And that's a rough flop for Henry. He's not going to be loving that. But against a big blind range, he could still have much of a reason to believe he has the best hand, which he does. So he might not worry too much about that Queen and Jack, maybe thinking it could favour him more often. And if he bets small enough, Liam could argue continuing here. 1.5 bigs with a gut shot, and we can see that his 2 overcards are still live, but he does not know that. So he could be drawing a lot. In his mind, he could think he's drawing a lot thinner than he actually is. So it wouldn't surprise me to see a fold here, and you could argue a call, but it just gets rough when you're down to 10 big blinds and you're putting in 15% more of your stack. Liam does continue. He does continue, and if he could see the cards, he might be okay with that decision. And he's got those backdoor hearts working in his favour to give him a little bit more life, and we can see, despite not having a pair, he is still a 47% chance of winning this hand if it gets to showdown, and Henry now might have to slow down. Hearts have gotten there. His 2 overcards. And I think now with an SPR of just over 1, his options are limited. He does check. Liam could sniff this out, that his opponent could be weaker, or he might be happy to try and realise his equity with both the heart draw and the straight draw, and what we can see to be 2 overcards that he's still live to. There are lots of ways that Liam can win this hand. You see up the top, 16 outs is absolutely plenty, and he does check back. He does elect to realise his equity as we go to an important river card. It's another Queen. And Liam could think he has some showdown value here, especially given the line taken from Henry. Small flop bet and checking the turn. I think any pips lower and Liam could maybe have a stab if it was checked to him to try and win this pot with aggression, but there could be enough showdown value in his hand to check it back. Do you think that might be the case, Mark? Or do you think if he wants to win this pot, he thinks he has to bet it?
I think the problem for Liam is his stack size.
Yeah,
for
if he gets it
the
wrong.
14 bigs, but
I don't know how much Henry is slow playing here with a particularly strong hand that could call off a big bet. Now Liam's in a really tricky spot. If you could see the cards, you could see that he might have a chance if he does rip it or go for a half pot bet, but he's thinking checks back, going to see the bad news. Eights. And he's going to see just how live he was to the river. Any heart, any king, any 9, any 10. There was a lot working for Liam there, but he got to see a river cheaply, and Henry Tran, just like that, it takes one pot and you walk into the second chip lead.
straight in the 20 bigs.
Yep.
Well and truly in contention.
Liam now 8.5 big blinds now. Dire straits because he's now the table short stack. And that's just how it can happen at this stage. If you peel a couple of streets, defend a raise, defend a flop C bet, and just like that, you're the short stack. So it's really difficult to navigate. But 8 bigs is still plenty to work with. We saw Liam was happy to go post flop and not even jam with a hand off such a short stack. So he's showing there is playability here, even with smaller amounts.
Got an interesting table here because you got Abraham, Michael, Bradley all having looked for that magic little hand to push in. Yet on the other side of the table we've got Henry, Liam and Jared. So you've almost got the East versus the West here, playing two very different styles of poker.
Yep.
Mine feel light, to be fair. My hand feels light, to be fair.
My hand feels light, Jared says. So we got some blind on blind action brewing here between two of the more interesting figures at this table. Jared has not looked at his hand yet. Liam's got a blind on blind contender here to rip the chips in. He has announced all in. And Jared, he wasn't wrong. He said his hand feels light, and it is, and Liam does get one through.
Jared, the master of the mind games. He's looking pretty relaxed, and why wouldn't you be when you've got a quarter of the chips in play?
Too much for my pay grade. Every way you look at it, it beats 6-3 suited. 6-3 suited, not doing well. No, that's what I have. Me? No idea. I still don't know how to play. I've played more than once, I don't know how it works.
We've got Liam showing his King Queen of Spades, showing it like the boss that he is.
One folds. 3 folds.
I'm a Melbourne champ. Plaid shirt. Green one. Green plaid shirt. Still got it. Missing a button though.
So we've had an elimination on the
the one
other
that everyone
table,
calls me a
Mr.
farmer.
Kim, Eden Kim, which means we've got 13 players left and a pay jump. So next person out will get 3,850.
And he wouldn't take it back once I said I liked it. He's like, you just keep it.
Just had to take a call from nature. Didn't miss too much. Mark popping off for a moment. I'm back in the booth. Chris Waddy, once again your anchor. I've had an absolute ball here at this series. I haven't had too much of a chance to pop out into the poker room itself. Got my cozy little box here in the studio. Outside the poker room near the kitchen. Watching it as if I'm a viewer as you are. So seeing everything at the same time
1 Grazies.
our audience is. Now Jared here using that chip lead
3 folds.
to his advantage with the 10-9-0, finding a raise from the cutoff. And Bradley here not feeling super comfortable with Queen 8 off, could defend it though, but off 11 big blinds he's not going to be loving it and does decide to fold. And that there is the power of the chip lead in the hands of a capable player. Jared Thatcher, certainly a scary looking opponent, especially with plenty of chips at his disposal. As we look at one of the outside tables, and I think someone that could call this a bit better than I could is Jamie, who can tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so I just walked in. It was quite simple, all in cool, and flopped the straight. And that was that.
Must be nice. Who was that we lost?
Eden.
Oh, Eden. Yeah, he was quite short for a lot of the time on our feature table stream prior to the break. And who had the winning hand?
I didn't actually catch it.
Didn't catch it?
No. I think I probably did catch it, but so many things have happened since then. That was 20 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago. It's a long time ago. I was talking to Majid Saab, who won the Thursday night game. It was the Summit Freeze-Out. And he came up and thanked me for some of the things I said, and I can't remember what I said. He was trying to explain hands to me and what he did in certain spots and how I react to them, and I was going, I don't know what you're talking about. All becomes one big blur sometimes. And Jamie, as quick as he came in, he's popping out. So
Where do they come from? They're a superfood.
3 races to 300.
Premature from me. Jamie is going to stick around. We got some guest commentators lined up shortly. We had Colin Tran in here a few days ago. Gave us some wonderful insight, not just on the hands that we saw on the stream table. Speaking of which, we've got one brewing here. Abraham Hatum has opened to 300,000 from a stack of 800k. So he's opened at 2.4 bigs with 4 behind and faces a race all in from the small blind Bradley Bacon. Now, has Abraham just forced himself into this pot?
Yeah, I mean,
I can't see him folding. He could be...
looks like he might. Yeah,
what?
just straight away.
Wow.
The pay jump now is pretty reasonable there. It's an extra 1,000, I think, so an extra 33% to fold. Assuming you get
Yeah, they've locked up 29.50 at top 13, which is what they're at now, is 38.50. So still 2 spots away from another pay jump.
Oh, so this is now at that point.
Yeah, so I think there when you raise to 300 or 500, the price you're giving yourself is far too good. Obviously, it's the correct fold at the time, but if you could see the cards he's up against and see that he's live...
4 bigs is still enough to get out of jail.
Yeah. Depends on your intention. Do you want to find a pay jump, or do you want to put yourself in a position to earn chips and go for the win? Obviously, anything can happen. I've seen people come back from 1 big blind. I've seen people come back from half a big blind. I've seen some crazy things in recent times. Up in Brisbane at a recent series there, Nathaniel Hutton won a 2.5k. He was down to 1 big blind when the average stack was 40 or 50 at the time. Top 6 players, and he won the tournament. So
wild,
incredible.
Yeah, so one Caliban to go down to a quarter of a big blind, which is the new record for me.
Wow.
I can't tell you more details than that. I've forgotten. Honestly, the amount of winners tournament stories that you have to do, I can't remember which one.
I don't remember much. There's been some, like, one thing I won't forget is that Royal Flush to finish the Summit Freeze out the other night.
I said that earlier, actually. I mean, it's just one of the things that will just stick in the memory, and it'll be in, like, King's folklore forever. Like, just the chance of it happening are just astronomical, really. So
Royal Flush is the winning hand.
Just always exist.
Hard to get a Royal Flush as is. To get it as the tournament winning hand, rather. Astonishing. Now, Jared's open from gun 1 with the Queen 9-0. Again, it's all about that chip lead, and he now reaches a new high score. So this is one thing that we referred to. There was a graphics error here.
So this is actually because the blinds went up and it wasn't transmitted through. So because of that, the stack numbers become wrong because the blinds are incorrect for the previous hand. So you saw Brian's just done a recount there. So for one hand, we do not have any graphics, which is what that one thing.
Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Abraham is involved in this hand. And with a short stack on this ace-queen high board, I think it is, Jared's in a spot where he doesn't think he might be able to beat too much, but for the price, it might be too good. If the graphics were correct at one point, he did have a pair of queens, Queen 9, I think it was. So
yeah, I don't know if that's now the previous hand.
Well, that might have been the previous hand?
I think so, because the graphics came up halfway through, so that's what I think it is.
Yep, so apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Again, big shout out to Matt Marshall, who's done a brilliant job. Occasionally there's going to be a hiccup now and then, and as with anything technology related, and as you saw, as you mentioned, Brian was doing a quick count around the table to try and get things as accurate as possible from here on out, and we'll get that fixed up for you pretty soon.
Tell you what, I would actually, I'm only going to be here in for a short while we just sort of talk through some of the things going around. But I'd actually love to sit and watch this. Watching Jared Thatcher with this monster stack, I'm expecting a bit of a masterclass, really.
Yeah.
And any aspiring poker players, this would definitely be one to take note. You can see Liam's obviously going for his edge on the clocks as well, which a little bit of running down the clocks on the other table as well.
Not too badly. I think Liam's giving us almost a short stack masterclass. If you're sitting there going, 13 bigs, you just got to shove. There's nothing else you can do. Liam's showing us, you can raise, you can go post flop. Not everything has to be all in. And so if you do want to learn a little bit about how you can navigate a shorter stack, keep an eye on Liam and also Henry. They're two guys to keep an eye on how they play. So lessons to be learned here on this table. You want a big stack masterclass, look at Jared Thatcher. You want a short stack masterclass, look at Henry and Liam. Everyone else, though, equally in with a chance, just takes the right cards at the right time.
You can answer that.
Yes.
You wanted one.
Yes.
Feed a hand that wanted to call.
Huh? I was chasing.
Really? You're at spades. No way. Chasing what?
Anyway, you'll find out.
Unless you had king 9 suited, that would be annoying. Pretty so annoying.
Lines up, please. Lines up now. 75, 150, 150. Extend.
Not on my turn. Wow, it's becoming so freaking expensive.
Right, so John Stephanopoulos raises to what is effectively an all-in. He's left some chips behind. He's left himself with two bigs. He puts the king-jack in the middle, and here is a tricky situation for Henry. We can see that he does currently have the best hand with the pocket fives, but it's never a comfortable spot. And I think he's going to wait for a better situation. Liam there with the king high in the big blind will not be continuing here. He might soak up some time just a little bit. Again, 13 players remain. They've made a pay jump to this point, but the next pay jump is going to be at top 11, and as you mentioned earlier, it's just shy of $1,000 jump. Heavy money up top, $61,000. And there's the fold from Liam, as expected.
Turn your hand over, please, John. Let me know what this gentleman has when I have queen 9, please. I have a queen.
Mine's
Oh,
up
queen.
75.
We'll find out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Big fold. Can't really fold names.
You should have told me to see.
I know. It's killing me.
Look at the cheapo one.
Giving away too many chip leads.
Right, here there, Jared on the table mic saying he's given away too many chip leads before. Didn't hear too much else, but obviously in the back of his mind, he wants to be aggressive, but not overly so. But we have seen some opens with the 10-9 offsuit, the Queen 9 off or Queen 8 off. He's not afraid to open from early position and put his opponents in tough spots and fold out better hands.
You didn't lose what I gave.
Yeah, it's one of the things I was talking back to Soraya about when you just have such a big stack. I mean, you can obviously just be really exploitative and go wild, but you can also just let some of the sparks fly elsewhere and sit on it and pick your spots.
What's that mean?
There's an all-in here.
What happens now?
All right, so I think what we're going to see here, did John announce call or did he just put in chips? Okay, we're going to listen to the table mic here. So So if he's announced call, that might be binding to the all-in, but if he's just put in calling chips to the big blind amount, he may be able to... Yeah, you could just, if he's just put in the calling amount of the big blind, you can surrender the rest, surrender what you've put in and fold. But he has elected to call the all-in. John there jokingly poking fun at himself for his little error. And Jared perhaps priced in with his suited jack.
775, please.
Yeah, what the hell's going on? 775.
Yeah.
How much did you put in?
Well, I get the same ruling as him, right?
Oh, Jared's done the same thing.
Yeah, but you can recover the hand. Don't put it in the mark.
What a crazy hand.
I misread the
Can you take
amount.
the chips back?
But listen, you're already 475.
No, their chips are gone.
Yeah.
He messed up the amount. He thought it was 475, but it's 775, and he wants to.
I think everyone's sleeping.
It's right here.
Like, I'm too many beers. Has to call what?
Well, it has to be the same ruling as him.
Yeah. What was the ruling before?
They just said he can either call or
Forfeit the chips?
Now, Jared there arguing that it should be the same ruling,
Big line. So
but there's a difference if you announce call, that is binding, but if you just put in the chips, if it's more than a calling amount of the big blind, he could be held to the call. We'll just await the TD ruling here.
Yeah, this is a little bit complicated. This is why I've come into the booth. Pat and Brian will have a little chat next to the camera, so chances are they're going to explain it pretty well and we should be able to pick it up. We'll let them have a listen. If it's not picked up, then I will explain what the ruling is.
Thank you, Jamie.
it was big blind? Yeah.
I thought it was 475.
He didn't say anything.
So it happened twice.
But he probably got confused because of that. Exactly.
Okay, so just to recap, it's been all in. Doesn't see it, which I've now corrected. That just thought it was 475. Yeah. And has realised it's not like after it was. So he thought that was a 475 4. Right? It's been counted 4.
Yes, as we counted.
Been counted already for this action?
Yes.
For this action?
Yes.
Yes. And aware it's not.
There was an all-in budget.
This is what? Full call to 775
Why don't I get the same ruling as him?
because he is unaware that this has happened. It's not the opening. Sorry, it's not the opening action being pre-flop, and you are seeing it falling, and you are aware it's being flipped.
What was it? 775.
775, please.
Well, that was a.
So yeah, but he said the same thing as what you said there, which is really good ruling. So the pre-flop opening is the big blind, which is why he could bring that back. But because Jared has seen the action and it's been called, he doesn't get the same ruling because it's been there and it's aware. So he's then forced to call.
And another difference is Jared thought he was calling a bet of 475, whereas John thought he was calling the big blind amount of.
Correct.
So because Jared's then put in 475, the issue isn't the amount, it's more he's acknowledged that there is an all-in, and it's then his error for not understanding what the full amount is,
Yes, correct.
and that's why his 475 then must be rounded up to the call, and it is a binding call, versus John, who thought it was just the big blind amount of 120,000, I think it is.
It's really interesting, really well held by well handled by Patrick there. Really, really good intellectual TD. Just knows everything so well. So, and we can see John's managed to get away with one here as he's managed to spike at
Trip
the
sevens, yeah.
trip sevens against the trays, and that will almost certainly be it for Michael Lai.
Yeah, so we do lose Michael with the threes, and thank you, Jamie, for clarifying what you saw at your end. And I can say there is a clear difference in the two decisions. Jared obviously asking why his situation was not treated the same as John's. There is a difference. Hopefully that makes sense to the viewers at home. But this is one of the things I was talking about with Pat when he was in the booth, and I mentioned this just not too long ago. I said that players, as they discuss with their groups and they study the game and they run simulations and know what to do in certain spots, TDs are the same. They studied the TDA. They talk with other TDs about rulings and what to do in tricky situations. That there's a tricky situation, but by the book, really well handled by both Brian and Pat Russell.
What is the blinds at the moment? 75, 150?
Looks like... I thought it was 61-20.
Oh,
but no, but
150,
it's 51-25 is the level they play, I'm pretty sure.
25.
Think
Because
it's
even then, Jack 2 suited, even calling to 475.
no, it's 75-150. There's your blinds. That makes sense.
Still calling a 3x Jack 2 suited. I'm just wondering if Jared was trying to maybe exploit the situation a bit, but I don't
think
understand
he's not.
what
He's of
exploit
good
you can get
character,
there.
and I don't know what exploit you can get. And my knowledge is for a 5 big blind jam, I think it was at the time, when you've got a suited hand in the big blind and you've got the stack that Jared has, there's potential to flop really well. And
Especially
even though,
against someone that's mistakenly called as well. as
exactly,
getting extra value
100%. So
well, he's lost a bit of a chunk
yeah,
of
you're
his
only
stack
losing
there.
chips if he's trying to. If he's seen the previous decision. And if he's aware of what the previous decision was, then surely he's aware that there was an all-in. He's just confused about the amount, and that's why it was ruled differently. So he's seen the all-in. It's his responsibility to be aware of the amount. We actually saw that on the table a few nights ago, where I think there was an all-in of 400,000. It was announced as 300,000. The player called thinking it was 3 because the dealer said it was 3, but it was actually 4. And again, it's always players' responsibility to be observant. That is to protect the dealer. And very rare you get a dealer error. And
I've been on the suffering end of that actually before.
Yeah.
And it was a river bet, and I think I led, and they had 2 or 3x or something like that. And I've spent ages. I've asked the count. There's no shot clock here. Tanked for a couple of minutes. I even checked the count because the player said it. The dealer, I asked for a recount, and then I was like, okay, cool. And then it was about 2x what they said it was. Like completely stuffed up.
wow,
And it was a really marginal call, right? So
Yeah.
even 20% more changed it from a marginal call to a
so
insta
let alone double.
Yeah. Really,
But,
really
yeah,
cool.
and again, the same argument. You can say, how does the dealer miss that? But if you're the player and it's double the amount, everything's cut out in front of you, or it should be at least. Everything should be cut out very clearly, and there's a style that I've noticed a few of the Japanese dealers do. They cut it out.
You're saying it's
and
my fault,
leave-
basically.
Yeah, I am. Player's responsibility, Jamie. Yeah.
Just a terrible player. All right, I will leave you now. We'll come back in if there's anything complicated going on, but I'm going to hand you over to another guest. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Appreciate. Obviously, I don't get the chance to head out into the room that much, so I don't see what's going on. Jamie obviously was in the background there. You could actually see fixing up some tripods, and then noticed a tricky situation and took it upon himself to come on over and clarify things if it wasn't transparent enough already here. And as he leaves, I have the pleasure of welcoming back to the commentary booth, a few days between stints, Mr. Colin Tran, who, in between those stints, he gave us initially some great insight and also spoke to us about his pre-game rituals, heading to the beach, getting some good time out in nature. And then in between, he goes and dominates the Summit freeze-out. Took a heads-up chip lead into the final 2. Lost a flip, but came second and made a deal and locked himself up over $20,000. So, and because of that chat that we had initially, and obviously knowing Colin and how he plays, and he's a regular player on the Sydney scene, how strong he is, Knew he was a good shot of running deep. He showed his class with some excellent plays. Played really well on that final table and would surely be happy, I think, with the result in the end. And he can tell me straight up now as he sits down and has the mic in front of him. Welcome to the booth again, Mr. Colin Tran. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. What a lovely introduction, Lee. Yeah, that was a really good day, actually. Thanks to the structure of
Yes.
things, I was able to play and actually take my time and pick my spots really well.
Yep.
So again, just a big shout out to a great structure from Kings.
Absolutely. And again, it was a 2-day event. And you don't get guarantees on a freeze out too much, $75,000 guarantee, but it crushed it, got 100K in the end. And we'll continue on that in a moment as we turn to this hand here between Jared and John. Now, Jared here is elected to flat jacks on the button against John's open, and he gets a great flop. Here as John continues. And again, John's looking at having all the overpairs here, and Jared obviously would be comfortable with jacks, but part of him could be worried about something stronger, but definitely too good to fold, and if you raise there, you're just folding out worse and only getting called by better, and he gets a bit of a scare card on this turn, but he's not going to be too concerned as John might perhaps slow down here, you could say. Or does he continue the aggression? He's got a stack to work with, but he is up against the big stack. So maybe could check for pot control and maybe just to give up a little bit. And maybe Jared here could take a stab. Or again, not loving that queen, so happy to go to a river. And this could very well go check with both John maybe willing to give up and Jared happy to take showdown. Not too sure, but see how he elects to play this one as he looks down. He does decide to lead out on this river. And Jared here is not loving this. It's a sizable bet. Just about right on half pot. And Jared getting an interesting decision now to face with what is now essentially second pair on a paired board. Can't be too worried about any fours, shouldn't be worried about much, to be honest. So he does use a time bank, he's just worried about potential overpairs. Wait, I don't think Ace-King takes this line. If you're John, you might be happy to run with Ace High, and Jared makes the fold. So John gets a bluff through. We haven't seen him do too many crazy things, and it's hard to call that crazy exactly, but certainly one of the more aggressive plays we've seen from him, and Jared happy to give him the credit and lets go of what was the best hand. Interesting hand playing out there, Colin.
Yeah, I actually thought Jared would have caught that one, but
John has been pretty snug, so it's hard to really put him. Like, it's hard to put him on a hand that takes that line that you're good against.
yeah.
So I suppose that the fold does make sense there logically.
Yeah.
I think the best hand you can beat there is like pocket tens or something like that.
And I guess John being brave to bet that river too when so many short stacks are around as well, to risk 5 bigs.
Against the big stack.
Yeah. So I think Jared's probably convinced that he has maybe a queen perhaps.
Yeah. Anyway, Colin, saw you run deep in the summit, $21,000, and what was an entertaining final table. Mick O'Grady providing some early entertainment. Nicholas Lee making another deep run. Marcel Diaz, always fun to watch when he gets some hands going in his directions. And you had a great little battle between yourself and Jay Little. It was quite funny. There was a battle between Majid and Marcel about who would outlast each other as the two clear short stacks. And you and Jay exchanged chip leads at multiple times, and we saw you really grind away at Jay's chip lead to take it in the end. What was going through your mind in terms of the dynamic, knowing there were two short stacks, knowing there was a big stack in Jay, and about chasing him down? Tell me a little bit about how you felt on that final table dynamic.
Yeah, it was all about just trying to navigate as much as possible in terms of trying to play pots as small as possible.
Yep.
And just try and chip away at Majid and Marcel's stack.
Yep.
Without running into Jay as much as possible.
Yep.
Just trying to keep out like a low ball poker with him.
Yep.
I played a few hands with him where I kept it quite small. There was a crucial hand where we both had 2 pairs.
Yes.
And I think I made the minimum on that.
Yeah,
on that hand.
I remember that. I think it went check, check, turn or something like that.
Yeah.
When you both, where he turned 2 pair, you'd flop
flopped
2
2
pair.
pairs,
He had
yep.
turned 2 pair. He had king 4 or something, and
Yep.
you had king jack.
King jack,
and it was
yeah.
king jack X turn 4. So it was 2 pair over 2 pair, and if money went in on the turn, it would have been safe to say that it really would have gone in on the river. But because it was such a small pot going into the river, and given the line that was taken, it was hard to see all the chips going in. I think it was check, you bet, he raised and you flatted, or the other way around?
So Jay led the river.
Yeah.
I raised. Sorry. No, yeah, you're right. Actually, I think he just led and I raised, and he.
And he could just flat. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard with his 2 pair to find a jam or something over the top. I think leading into the river, we knew that you both had strong hands, but it was unlikely to find a line where it would go in unless you both went super aggressive, because your stacks were huge at the time.
Yep.
And it was that kind of hand that would see those stacks go in if there was more money put in on earlier streets. But that check, check turn, both of you kind of slow playing, kind of cost you in the end. But still, it was an important pot. He ended up busting in third, so the desired result there. As we look at the action here, Queen 10. Open-ended straight draw up against Jack 8 for middle pair. Jack 8 only marginally ahead against Abraham here, who's got his last 5 bigs in the middle. Brick of a turn card, neither player with a club. River card looking for a king, queen, or 8 here for Abraham to stay alive. Does not find it. John Stephanopoulos now takes the chip lead here on this table, and we do lose Abraham. 5-handed here, 11 players left. We are on the verge of the final table here in the mini main event. So, Colin, we're talking about Jared, obviously his experience getting to this stage with a big stack. He's going to be hard to mow down. Have you played much with Liam Jehu in the past?
No, actually. I think he's a Melbourne regular.
Melbourne reg, but he travels the circuit. He's had an astonishing number of cashes for someone his age. And he's quite a skillful player. He's showing us, he had a stack of 10 bigs earlier, still got pretty much around that amount now, but he was finding opens from the cutoff and c-bets for small amounts, and showing us that even if you're down to 10 bigs, it doesn't have to be ripping, especially when there's so many other short stacks in the tournament. You can navigate post-flop. So I've said a lot of that on this stream, so I do apologise if you're hearing me sound like a broken record, especially talking about Liam's play, but you don't see much of it, but it is the right approach.
No, it's definitely a good point, because I do believe a lot of tournament players just start panicking around 15 bigs even, and start jamming, whereas Liam has displayed a lot of skill set here by just opening with 10 bigs and being comfortable to play such a short stack.
Yep.
I think it takes a lot of skill to do something like that.
Yeah. So Liam there under the gun. We're just awaiting the graphics. There's a slight issue here with an extra card being dealt to the button. I think it's clear as to what the extra card was. It was immediately returned and it was immediately noticed, which is key. But now it's been declared a misdeal. Again, any later, or if there had been substantial action, which is any 3 actions, so it could be fold, 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 or any 2 actions, of which one includes chips. So if it went fold, call, call, fold, raise, fold, raise, whatever, that would be substantial action, or just any 3 actions at all. So had Liam acted and then been action behind, then I think the button's hand would have been declared dead. It was picked up, TD was called over, and we replay the hand. So Liam initially put in those 3 time bank chips, and it would have been interesting to see what hand he had in order to do that. But play continues. Again, the TDing has, in what we've seen so far, has been executed to a high standard. Brian and Pat, 2 of the best in the business. I do say so myself. Hard to find a bad TD, but they are two of the very best. Seen any tricky situations much throughout the series, like some big rulings that need to be made at any point, Colin?
No, it seems like everybody's very respectful of the rules and everything like that.
Yep.
So I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary.
Yep.
So everything's been quite smooth sailing, to be honest.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so we just had a couple of tricky ones here. Sometimes you don't realise that there's an all-in and you say call or you put in calling chips, and there's reservations for that in the TDA, which is the Tournament Directors Association rulebook, which is a worldwide standard. There are provisions for that situation. Because mistakes happen, not every player is colluding or angling when they make a mistake. Sometimes it's a genuine accident and you don't want to see players lose their tournament life over a simple error. Obviously, repeat offenders, then you can start being a little bit more tough on them, but accidents happen and it's well handled there. So
this is actually quite an interesting situation for
Liam. Yep.
Viewers at home. I think Liam's is looking for a potential pay jump, which is why he's taking
so
a few as a second time clock now.
Yeah, we are on the bubble for final table, so you're sitting there at home going, why is he thinking about 9-3 offsuit?
Another gun, yeah.
No, he's soaking up every second that he can because he wants to make the final table. He wants to be in the photo, some would say.
Yeah, and a quite a crucial pay jump as well. I think, is it 1,500, Chris?
Yes, so between 10th place and 9th place, it's 1,400. So.
Yeah. So Liam is doing the correct thing here by using 2 time clocks and soaking up time.
If you use up your time bank chips and there's an elimination on the other table, then you've just made yourself $1,400 in some of the easiest money you can ever make, and it all comes down to using those time chips. Liam is short stack. He's aware that he could be next on the chopping block. So to stall that as much as he can and hopefully find an elimination elsewhere, he is soaking up all the time he can. And it makes money. Now, speaking of making money, pocket queens is a good hand to do it with, especially when you're up against queen 10 from the chip leader. But we won't be seeing a jam, not for that amount. It'll be a raise, something to the tune of 6.5 to 7 bigs, you would say. What sizing would you go with here, Colin? Around the 1 mil mark?
Yeah.
Or 900?
I'll do about 6 big blinds.
6
bigs. 6.5.
Yeah, between 900 to $1 million is what we can expect. Looks like he's gone a bit over $1 million. Yeah, 1175. And again, you do want to be going bigger from out of the small blind, but you can downsize a little bit when the average stack is not so huge, and there's also implications of coming up against the big stack where you don't want to play too big of a pot. I just think the principle of a 3-bet is enough to scare players away, but something along those lines. You talk through it more than better than I can, so help me out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just for the ICM purposes as well, just knowing that it does the same thing, but you don't have to risk as much chips.
Yeah.
It makes the same point.
Yeah, so obviously Jared would have been folding to most 3-bets there in that point. So you figure if he's folding to 1175, he's also going to fold to 900 or $1 million. And if he's jamming over the top or calling over the top, sometimes if you have a weaker hand than queens, you can save yourself some chips if you have to 3-bet fold by simply not 3-betting as big. You keep your bluffs protected, I guess, from losing more than they could.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I am very interested to see Henry over here because I do know a lot of regs have said that Fury base-wise, he's probably amongst one of the best.
Absolutely. So I said the 3 players to watch, at least from a skill perspective, were Jared, Henry and Liam. And Liam and Henry are quite short-stacked, so they'll need a bit of help. And John Stephanopoulos has really just found the opportunity to grow his stack from where it was through finding some good hands, and he found a great bluff with the King-Jack against Jared. King-Jack high, getting a fold from pocket jacks on a queen-high board. Does not happen often. Sorry, Jamie, only just saw your message. Marcel finished in 4th place in the Summit Freeze-Out, where I've got the runner-up finisher next to me, Colin Tran again. Thanks, Colin, for joining us in the booth for a second time. Have you managed to get to the beach much over the last couple of days? No,
it's been raining the last few days.
Oh, so that's right. Probably,
easy.
Wet enough as is, without needing to dip your toes in the ocean. And Yeah, you had a good experience as well as, you know, finding a 20k cash and second place. It was a fun final table.
Yeah, it was very fun. A lot of good characters, like you said. Majid, played with him a lot. Miko Grady as well.
Yep.
Marcel as well.
Mick found an unfortunate way to bust. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was...
Yeah, Ace 10 versus Ace Deuce.
That's right. It was all in on an Ace Deuce X flop and 10 on the turn, benefiting Jay. So unlucky for Mick because there's not much more he could have done. And Jay just finds a miracle turn card to keep him in. That's right. I just remember it being an unlucky way for Mick to bust. So here's Liam again, using that ploy down to 6 bigs behind now, as he's just paid a big blind and a big blind ante, and he's couldn't really wake up with much of a worse hand than 10-4 off, and there's a lot of hands he might have gone in with, but can't be that one. Dale Patterson. Jared Thatcher, what are you going to do with another 61k? Some people have this locked.
I think Jared, with that much chips, a lot of people just expect him to win it from here.
Yeah, again, we've just seen that it's not over till the fat lady sings, some would say. Just John's been able to chip away and take the chip lead off Jared. He came to this table with more than 7 million in chips, now down to 5.5, so not over yet. Connor Spinks, welcome to the chat. Glad to have you tuning in. This is the mini main event. Once more, the mini main event, day 2.
Should go to 250.
This is at the Kings Room Sydney Million Series, where there are guarantees galore, but they are purely formalities because this had a 150k guarantee. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, mini main day 2, $450 buy-in, 290k prize pool, just doubling the guarantee virtually, just shy of it, but effectively blowing it out of the water. And from a $450 buy-in, a 61k return is a pretty good return on investment. And this field has attracted some shot takers that usually might play smaller buy-ins. And because the value is there, there's plenty of pros that did not shy away from this one. So bubble for final table here. They're not hand for hand, but you could still apply some bubble pressure to a degree, especially with that pay jump incoming. So Jared there, not quite the hand to put some pressure on this hand, but we are... Oh, sorry, Jared's still in the big blind, yet to act. So Henry now on the button with a hand that really can't do too much, except double down if it's blackjack.
Yeah, we could see here that Henry's doing the same thing, trying to soak up as much time as possible.
Absolutely.
Which again is the correct strategy from here.
Yep, so it can be annoying sometimes at the table, but there are shot clocks anyway, so you know that he's not going to spend 5 minutes there. There won't be clock called. It's just 30 seconds and another 30 seconds per time bank chip. Now I think Liam here has a clear blind-on-blind shove with King 7 off, even though he's running into the big stack. I think for your last 4 bigs, if you get any king high, you just got to run with it. You're going to be ahead of so much of the big blinds range, but it depends on how much you want to try and hang on for the money. But I think a player of Liam's class is just going to put in an effective all-in. He's put in, I think, looks like 700k or 900. Can't tell if that's a stack of 4 or 3. Just await clarification with the graphics to update. I just know that he's left some chips behind. He's telling Jared that he's not folding. He's left chips behind literally for the same reason. It's for time purposes. If he goes all in and Jared calls, it's done and dusted. But if he goes virtual all in and Jared rejams, then Liam still has the 30 seconds of his shot clock to buy some more time. So again, just waiting for those graphics to update, but it's gone an effective all-in from Liam. As the flop comes ace, ace, 6. There's the hands. Jared, queen, 6-0, and he won't mind that flop. It's hard to give Liam credit for too many aces out of the small blind, given how wide his shoving range can be.
You would feel pretty comfortable here with King 7 as well.
Yeah, I'd feel very comfortable with King High,
ace,
loving
board.
that flop. So this could be the end of Liam unless he spikes a King or a 7, because I imagine the chips are just going to go in anyway. Liam might as well check just to buy himself some more time, and he'll use up every second he can before he makes a decision. It looks like he's out of time banks. He wishes he could dip into the dealer's stack of time banks right next to him there that have all piled up. But he will be making a decision in approximately 13 seconds
It doesn't
time.
feel like you can at the minute.
So again, if it wasn't mentioned already, he's
I'm
hoping
not
for a
putting
bust
that
out on the
my
other
hand,
table
but I
before he
tried.
commits his own chips. And there it is. 13 seconds after I said he'll make a decision in 13 seconds.
See you, mate.
Oh, Jared announces, see you, mate. Kind of does look like pocket sixes from afar when you cover that queen a little bit, the rounded edge. But here we go, Liam looking for a king or a 7 to stay in this tournament. Otherwise, we'll be at the final table of the mini-main event. River card is a jack. No good for Liam Jehu. He will depart in 10th place. There's our alternate angle, thanks to Jamie, making you feel like you're in the room with them. A valiant 10th place effort there for Liam. And he will collect $4,750. He's more than 10x'd his investment from a 450 buy-in, and that means we are at the final table. And we'll be taking a short break while they prepare the top 9 redraw. During that time, we'll show a replay of Jamie's interview with Surya, the winner of the Players' Champs. We'll be back. I'm Big Chris Waddy, joined by Colin Tran. We'll see you after the break.
G'day guys, Jamie Hall here with Surya Rajasporan, who just took down the Players' Champs of the day. There was a few really interesting parts of that a few people have been talking about, so I wanted to have a little chat with you. Obviously the first thing, a big turning point in this final table was when you called down Uno with your 2 pair. Just tell us what was going through your head in that moment.
Yeah, so Uno, I know he's capable, and what I was thinking was when I checked back turn, and then he checked river to me. I just don't see him have any value there, where he can go check on river, and I can just check any naked king, stop pair, and then take that to showdown. So what I went for is a small, like 1/3 pot on river, just to get that crying call from like his specific hand, like a queen 10. And full credit to him. He went for that crazy bluff and 6 spot, put me in the tank. I think I used 4 time banks.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I just thought there
was more bluffs there. Yeah?
Correct. Yeah, just more bluffs, and he had the key blockers to go for it, so I caught off.
And at that point, you had pretty much a third in chips, and you worked your way up to half in chips. And how did the rest of the final table play out for you?
Yeah, look, I've been in a similar spot in the WPT League, maybe like 3-4 months ago, where I was just
first in.
I got first in that. And I was just massive chip leader, so I kind of familiar with the spot there. So I was just trying to apply max pressure and take down blinds, and because the blinds kept going up, so I was just stealing blinds, and it was working out perfectly.
Because you were using quite an exploit around then, but you slowed down a little bit heads up and were a bit more conservative.
Yes,
you really kind of wanted to lock that up at that point, right?
Yeah, correct. Heads up, because Anya is, what I've seen is she's pretty like tighter player, so I wanted to just make sure I got specific spots against her where like my hands are live at least. So I knew that I can just go for wait for spots, and I have a big chip lead. I just don't have to take like 70-30s when I can just wait for like 60-40s and just get it in against her. I
think a couple of people, including myself, were like thinking that you could have taken some spots, but one of the other guys said that when you're playing for like 30k extra, it really is different. Like you're not just, it's very easy to sit and be like, oh, that's a call every day. But when there's so much money on the line, you kind of want to wait for a more ideal situation. And you had the stack to wait. You just, a bit of patience.
Yeah.
Paid off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just waited for spots against her. Credit to her as well. She's a really good player. She had a really good deep run. I think I just had massive chip lead. I just waited for a spot, and she actually doubled through me. I don't know if you saw the king 4.
Yeah.
And then I was, a bit shaky, but we waited, and then I woke up with 5s against king queen, which is just pure all-in call. And yeah, 5's held up.
And it's been a really great year for you. You've had some really good results and some pretty decent scores. What's happening for the rest of the year for you? What's in the future?
Yeah, pretty good year. Just been sun running, to be honest. It's pretty crazy. Next up is the main. Trying to bink this. If I can bink this, then it'll be like generational run. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever next tournaments come up, I'm just gonna play it out and see how it goes.
Awesome. Well, you're literally due back in the main in 1 minute, so I'll let you go.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for talking
much.
tonight. Well played.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hello and welcome to what is now the final table of the mini main event day 2 here at the King's Room Sydney Millions Series. They've all lined up. We've done high card for the button and we are ready to get underway as we play down to a $61,000 first place champion. And I have the absolute pleasure of being joined in the commentary box by one of the most beautiful voices, certainly one of the dulcet tones in the commentary world here in Australian poker. It is none other than Didier Guérin. I'm going too hard there. No, Didier Guérin.
Appreciate that very much, Chris. Be with you and... was I off?
You were off, you're now
I was
on.
off, I'm
Repeat
here now.
That, rewind, go again.
Pleasure to be with you here, Chris. What an intro. Really excited to see what's going on in this mini main. This is actually my first time here at King's and I'm just really enjoying the setup,
really?
actually, yeah.
Well, I should have mentioned as well in that intro that you're not too bad of a poker player yourself.
I play from time to time. It's a serious hobby.
Yeah, no, there's some big scores in recent times for you. Getting that 25k on that and traveling a lot and playing well. I couldn't ask for a better poker brain to be next to me right now as we get the final table up and running. I look forward to seeing some interesting spots and hearing how you'd be playing them. I've been giving it a go myself, guessing some sizings and what hands you get involved, and not too bad a success rate. But I am always pleased to have a professional next to me to answer some of my questions when I see something that I don't know what to do.
I might actually start with some of the questions to you, Chris, because let's look at this. 745 people, $450 buy-in, and how much is first guaranteed here?
$61,000 from a $450 buy-in.
Pretty not too shabby from a $450 buy-in.
No, we're talking about how it's a game that's at a price point with enough value in it for those that might not play bigger than a $100 or $200 buy-in to shot take and jump into something like this. And because the value's there, the field is pretty wide in terms of abilities and budgets. So the pros look at this and go, you know what, I'm in this one as well. Some people might not play less than a 1500, but they see this 450 with a guarantee that was initially 150,000, that was nearly doubled, 290k prize pool.
Wow, that's incredible for a 450.
And you can't-
Henry looks
yeah.
like he's asking some questions to himself here right now. I'm just jumping in to look at these stack sizes, and he's got an
Yeah.
interesting decision because everyone's quite short stacked, aren't they?
Yes, well, except for Jared Thatcher and John
Thatcher.
Stephanopoulos.
I believe I know that name.
Yeah, once or twice. You've come across
I've
that
come
name?
across him once or twice.
Oh, he's good value.
So it looks like him and John are the two chip leaders here, but they only have 32 and 31 big blinds respectively.
Yeah,
So
low jack, queen jack off with plenty of players to act behind. Don't mind the decision to let it go. Whereas ace 7 suited here, but off 6 bigs. Are you ripping it or waiting for a better spot if you're Jermaine?
So I'm just looking around. He is the actual short stack, isn't he? Yeah, I think this is going to be what I suppose you could describe as the handcuffs are off in a sense. When you're the
Yeah.
short stack, you can actually really just go for the chips and play a hand as it is. You know, there's probably a lot of situations in a normal non-pay jump situation, or ICM as we like to call them for the pros, where Henry would have put that queen jack in, you know, every single time with 6.8 big blinds. But he's looking around and seeing that there's
Other
a short
short
stack
stacks.
beneath him.
Yep.
So he's thinking about how he can make money in a tournament, and it's not by winning the chips in this hand, it's by laddering.
Absolutely. Glad to have your insight. And we see a nice effective all-in, leaving himself some chips behind just in case there's carnage around. If there's a few jams from the cut-off, the button, the small blind, then he can make some easy money by letting go, even though you would leave yourself with an unplayable stack. It's all worth it to make a couple $1,000s extra.
Well said, my friend.
Yeah. So
Again, the function we wouldn't see of things that happen in quote-unquote normal poker, but when we're at a final table or there's pay jumps that are really big involved, you know, it makes a lot of sense to just leave the ability open to see what's happening. But in this situation, it's a bit hard with 6 bigs.
Absolutely.
I have to say that.
Yep. So then we got Brad there with only 7 bigs at his disposal himself with the Queen 10-0. I don't like continuing here. So
I love the name. Strong initials, BB. You know?
BB.
Yeah.
How many BBs does BB have? BB's in the SB, going to be BB in the previous hand, so could go all day with that. But speaking of the BB, John with the Jack Deuce off. Hard to justify a call here, even if the Jack Deuce was suited. So believe he's soaking up a moment or two just to really give it some thought, but not much more thought needed with that kind of hand. So Jermaine gets one through. And we see just like that, he goes from absolute short stack to 7th in chips.
I always find these like sort of setups, looking at all these stack sizes here, so interesting when everyone's so close together, but it's also so short stacked. You know, the situations become very sensitive. You know, that's a huge increase for the 6 big blind stack. That's just picked up more chips there.
Absolutely, indeed. So
not even second last anymore.
Yeah, it just moves up to 3rd last in chips. So now Henry below him, and if you use the term you just used before, did you, about handcuffs being off? Maybe he sees.
Well, the handcuffs come back on for him now. He looks to the unhandcuffed Henry now.
Absolutely. So
End of handcuffs, Chris.
Yes, we'll use that analogy in the right context as much as possible.
Of course, yeah. Poker. Yes.
Handcuffs, poker. Jared under the gun with the ace-8 of diamonds. Comfortable with his chip stack to see how things proceed. But now, speaking of, even if the handcuffs were still on Henry, I believe we'd still see a hand of this strength go into the middle regardless. Does he keep any chips behind? Has he just gone all in? He's just left the tie bank chips behind, I think. Just await confirmation via the graphics. I think Henry's moved all in over the top. Yeah, so just all in, and now Jermaine with the A7 suited again. Was that the exact same hand? The A7 of spades, I think it was?
I think I generally like to be dealt A7 suited every single hand for most of the time, you know?
Well, facing an open and a jam, he's happy to let go of it this time, especially with plenty of action behind. A pretty hand in 10-8 suited that will find its way to the muck as well. Always love seeing a flop with 10-8 suited. And Mr. Bacon with the worst of the aces, so that's no more aces in the deck. So we won't be seeing any higher than a king high board. John not coming along, Marius with an easy fold, and Jared here not folding much.
Nope.
Against a jam for less than 7 bigs after he's already open to 2. He can still be beating some hands, but on this occasion he is well and truly behind, needing some help. You missed a hand earlier with Ling up against John Stephanopoulos. Ling has aces. Bear in mind, she's just won the previous 3 hands in a row to get herself in there, and we saw her wake up with aces. We're going, oh my goodness, how good can you run? She's up against ace-7 suited, 7 in the window, 7 behind it, 7 on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Just quads if you don't mind.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, ace-queen at risk against Jared Thatcher's ace-8 of diamonds, 1 diamond on the flop, a diamond on the turn, adding a scare card.
Red as well.
On the river, a red one at that, as you mentioned. And
how's the heart rate, Henry?
Always a sweat. It's never clean.
Propels him to 5th.
Yeah, it's just like that. So again, they may be short, but 1 double up and you are well and truly in the game. Once again, Chris Waddy, your anchor throughout the course of the majority of the Sydney Million Series. A debut streamed coverage featured table for the King's Room. A huge shout out to Matthew Marshall and Jamie Hall for helping make it such a fabulous product, high production value. We've seen some cutaways to Jamie filming on his phone to make it feel like we're in the room. It's not just those static cameras placed around the corners of the feature table.
Production value has been great this week. I noticed you guys are on YouTube as well now. I don't know if that's new, but I noticed the stream's usually Facebook mainly.
Absolutely.
But I popped on YouTube and I think I was watching in like 720 or 1080p.
Yeah,
so
it's
I
nice,
mean,
good
like,
quality, 1080,
really
yeah.
nice.
And that channel, as a reminder, is the King's Premium Poker Room. I don't have it on me right now. Usually I have my laptop here with the chat there, but I've been a bit lazy and not set it up. But I do have the Facebook chat up on one screen. For anyone to say hello, we'll get back to you. Interact with us. We will happily getting involved in conversation. For any questions you might have, any support you want to throw out, or any questions for Didier next to me. Once again,
Interesting. Lynn's done what looks like the 10 BB out of 11 BB jam.
Yep. Again, the right play. If there's any ensuing carnage, she can win herself some extra money by just folding. But here gets through so far. Jermaine clears the road. Fotios will not be coming along with 7-3. A few more hands to get through though for Ling. She's got to fade a monster in anyone else's possession, and this will get through. Takes a moment before getting rid of the King 3 suited. Bradley Bacon clears the way and back around to the button and the big stack. John Stephanopoulos. 1 more hand to get through. What does Jared Thatcher wake up with? He wakes up with a hand that cannot call, and Ling herself chips back up a little bit. There's those mid-range stacks, the 13 to 18
It's a really
bigs.
important one to get through. This is fun, you know, just feels like bumper cars. Anyone can just go from second to last or last to second very quickly. Or third, I should say.
We have some intel in the chat here. Look at this, Didier. So at one point when the blinds were 20, 40K, Jermaine Ryan went away for 30 minutes thinking it was the break. And he had 120K before he left, and after he came back, he had 60. And here he is on final table. Hate when that happens.
There's a few characters I've seen in my time just have this ability to just return. Like, they can go for a smoke break or something, you know, like... you know, Dean Boscovich Sr., you know, he'll go for a smoke break and come back and just keep accumulating chips, you know. Some people have this power, so...
Some people win chips while they're on the break.
If Jermaine has this ability to just recuperate them and keep recuperating them, then, you know, God bless you.
Yeah.
Seems like he's got a lot of support in the chat today. That's cool.
Absolutely. So show your support for whoever you are cheering on. Leave a message in the chat.
Highest earnings. I'm targeting the richest spot here.
Good to have some characters.
The baby shit, I don't want to hear it.
Good to have some characters at the table. We had a final table the other night with Majid Saab and Michael O'Grady.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
No shortage of fireworks, just unlucky for Mick, who got it all in with ace-deuce on an ace-deuce-x flop against ace-10. 10 on the turn. And bye-bye Michael would have been nice. It's always good to have a character like him on the table. Makes things fun to watch, but that was Jay Little, who ended up third in that tournament We just had Colin Tran, who was the runner-up, and then Colin just joined us in the booth a short time before the break, and then Majid Saab won the tournament. Did you see it was a royal flush?
I did, yeah. I just saw him as well, and he just looked so happy. You know, I love it when people are just just seeing someone win a tournament so often it means so much to people. Like, regardless of their circumstances, you can tell how much people who come to these events love poker. And I'm sure plenty of people who are rooting for either their friends or family on the stream, or have been there themselves, or want to be on these streams in the future, will have that collective sense of just how special it is to really win a live tournament. It's so hard.
How long have you been playing, Didier?
That's a good question. I guess I started playing when I was in uni when I was 19, and I'm 34 now. So yeah, about 15 years. 15
years.
And then maybe as a professional, like 2 less than that or something, so 13 or something.
If any, how many royal flushes have you had?
Live? One.
One?
Yeah, I was like in a small home game with my friends, like when I was young, and then online I've probably had like 3 or something like that. Yeah.
The volume online, easy to find them there, but live, I tell you, it's difficult. I've had one in my 6-7 years.
We've got an all-in here.
Some chop outs potentially with a high board. There's the chop it up yelled out from maybe the rail or someone else on the table, but it's a deuce in the window and a couple of sevens.
I was just about to say, like, the 6-7's almost where that inflection point starts happening, where the chops are a little less frequent. But that's certainly a way for Jared to do it.
It's ace-3, ace-4, chop half the time, more often than that actually, but when you get a board like that, it does not bode well, and we do lose Ling as our first final table elimination, and she's someone that could have definitely gone deep had she found a double up there, and just not to be running into the big stack Jared Thatcher. Just talking about Majid's royal flush, so you've been playing live for 15 years, had one royal flush. I've been playing live 7.5 years. I found one.
There you go.
Had a couple of straight flushes though, but just one royal. Now Majid, he's been playing a long time. That was his first royal flush.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, never had one
that
live.
puts it in better context.
He didn't even notice because he stood up going, "Oh, I've turned him dead. Goodbye." And then
how good. You improve after you get the trophy. Your hand improves.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a nice feeling.
We're gonna put him on the radar, huh?
We were talking about banter earlier in that segue there, and Jermaine seems like he likes to have a bit of a chat on the FT here. I know Jared does as well. I am biased when I say this, but I actually really strongly believe that Australia is the best place to play live poker, in just the sense that, like, you can be in a very serious situation as these people are here today, playing for $61,000, and everyone's just kind of having a laugh. You know, everyone's pretty relaxed.
Like a home game.
When I was coming through the ranks, I always felt like that was the most accommodating way for me to feel like I was a bit more part of the tribe of people playing this game of poker, and that everyone was so welcoming, and everyone wanted to just have banter and make jokes. And immediately when I went over to America, like, well before the final table, people are dead serious, you know, people won't talk to you, they just want the headset in all day, and it's a very different mentality going pretty much anywhere else in the world. I'd say that it isn't just an American thing, that's mainly what I feel like poker is like in a lot of other places. So it's really unique in Australia and New Zealand in the small amount that I've played there. We just have a really nice, friendly environment for really serious situations, and it makes it so much more welcoming.
Absolutely, and I hear that from a lot of the dealers, especially the international ones. We've got Fumi there, one of our Japanese dealers. There's a lot of them that have come out in recent times, and I've only been
they're fantastic. I love them.
Yeah.
Their work ethic is amazing. They're so polite, so professional. I can't say enough nice things about them.
Brilliant.
Good people.
And they love it here, and they speak about the differences from their dealing over in Japan versus here, and they echo the points that you've just mentioned, Didier, about how they just love the environment. Everyone's laughing, everyone's smiling, no one takes it too seriously. It's great. And as a photographer myself, I look at what comes out of the US, or when I'm following yourself and many other of the Aussies that head over to Vegas most years for the World Series of Poker festival, and I see so many photos from not just you, not you guys, but just more the Americans that are playing all the internationals. Everything is just deadpan, serious face, and fair enough, they're playing for big money. But one thing that I love about at least being a photographer in Australia is I don't have to do much, and you just get people smiling.
That's nice.
People laughing, people pulling funny faces. They're playing for like 6 figures up top, and they'll be like poking his tongue out or something like that at the table, and you'll often notice a lot of the galleries that I put out, and even you'll get that from Jamie as well, what he's done so far in his galleries here at King's as he works his magic with the camera. is smiles and laughs and cheery faces and people like hugging the person next to them. It's just beautiful. It's something I'm
wonderful.
so proud of as part of the Australian poker circuit. And I'll give Jamie a shout out as well. He had some of his work showcased on the BBC Earth Facebook page.
I saw incredible animal photography, or wildlife photography, I guess is the correct term.
He's a macro photographer, and you put a macro lens on and you can get super close to your subjects. Those spiders are tiny. I'm pretty sure they're less than like the size of a fingernail, or maybe even smaller than that, and he makes them look so humongous.
Yeah,
and
the eyes are like the size of an A4 page almost.
Absolutely.
You can really see every detail.
Yeah.
It's just,
And that's
incredible.
not straight out of the camera. The editing involved he takes like 50 photos and he stacks the focusing of them together to make sure everything's in focus. So the amount of work required to output that kind of photography is truly phenomenal. On the side, I shoot a bit of sports and event photographies. I'll shoot a birthday or a school graduation or something like that. And Jamie on the side is making. I'm arachnophobic, and he's making these look friendly.
Well, actually,
I'll be I go, they're so cute. Pick one of them as a friend, but good work, Jamie. Make sure you check out Jamie Hall Definitive Imaging for some of his work from outside of poker. And again, showcased on the BBC Earth channel on Facebook. So massive shout out to the multi-talented Jamie.
He's fantastic.
Yeah.
Jermaine's having a bit of a chat here to Jared. Jared's just gone all in on the button, and for people looking at home, it might look like Jared's made a huge jam, but it's really relative to Henry and Jermaine's stacks.
Absolutely.
So it was really only a 14 big blind jam in reality. And Jermaine sounded like he was saying, "Oh, I'm happy for you to keep doing that, mate. I'll have it next time." So that's good. Yeah.
That's good banter.
Yeah.
Yep. So again, thanks everyone for tuning in to the debut stream. The first time that we've been able to showcase live feature table coverage at a King's Room series. No better place to do it than at the Sydney Millions, with all these guarantees being blown out of the water, record prize pools, record fields, and everyone having a good time, as you can clearly see. Now, Henry might not be having a good time if he proceeded any further in this hand. Decided to make what is a pretty good ICM-based decision to fold the pocket fours there on the button after big stack opens. Keep out of trouble as Jermaine moves out of the way. Big blind. Are you defending this much of the time? A suited king, perhaps, but offsuit king against the big stack with 11 big blinds.
Just trying to look across these stacks here at the top. I'm not sure if they've... okay, Fortius is 13 there.
Ever finding it?
Probably not, no, with the two short stacks beneath me. I think it's going to operate fine if he decides to. Jared's the chip leader, he's opening wide.
Do you rather see a call, or do you see an exploitative jam there against Jared, perhaps opening wide from the cutoff?
I think this hand's generally going to want to call fold.
Yep. That's a 6.
Although I should say, if you know 2 6s are coming,
then you should
defend
definitely
more.
call.
Call more, that's important.
Yeah. If he does find a 3-bet jam there, it's just folding out worse.
It's a tough question pre-flop just because of the sensitivity of how short some of the other short stacks are. So I was just taking a sec to take it in. He's got 2 shorter than him.
So we can see Jared's near the top of range there, but if he was opening wider, Fortis is happy to take it post and maybe keep some of his bluffs in, or just see if he can flop well. And speaking of flopping well, he has absolutely done that. The question is, how does he proceed? It's a pretty safe flop, not too worried about. Yeah, unblocked spades. Do you see a raise or just a flat here?
Can do both. I think small raise works well if we are developing a check raise range here. If Fortius just generally calls with like a 3, for example, he's just probably going to choose to just flat. He's so short, it's going to go in most of the time anyway. So he shouldn't struggle to get the chips in with either path, would be what I say. I think a small raise is going to work most of the time, and Jared's just going to put it in.
Yeah, there's an all-in and a call. So Jared sees the bad news. His 10s have been well and truly out-flopped. No big blind defend. Trip 6s needs just 1 10 left in the deck. As we can see, it's been folded. Needs the 10 of diamonds, and the 10 of diamonds only does not come.
And it's actually a pretty big hit to Jared, even though it's not a massive pot, at least in normal terms. Look at how it just brings him into the field there.
Yep, in amongst the rest of the pack.
Would have had some huge separation there in the stacks if he'd helped.
Yeah.
Doubled, I should say, not helped.
Yep. So there we go. Fortius spikes a very nice flop indeed. And again, you can be jamming. Do you ever see a bluff jam in that spot, knowing that you have more sixes there in your range and fold out some...
Bluff jam as Jared?
Bluff jam as Fortius, for example, like defending from the big, seeing a flop
I think
that
you can
generally is going to
certainly
favour
check
you.
raise the flop and have bluffs there, because on 6-6-3, Jared's going to miss a lot of the time with most of his hands that open, obviously all the ones that aren't pairs. So it's not unreasonable to have some bluffs there.
It's hard to find a bluff.
Whether or not people do this, of course, can be the real question in some instances.
I'm scared. I might just have to fold.
I'm not allowed to swear.
I'm folding.
Am I going to be Jehovah's Witness as well and wear a fucking little hat? Like, what do you mean? I'm not allowed to use your phone. Hey, this is George Lee.
We just gave Jamie a shout out, and he's actually just joined us in the comm box, and he's
We've
told us
summoned
that
him in a way.
ever since he was a little boy, he had one dream and one dream only: to be in the commentary box with Didier. And we're going to make that dream come true. Call me the Make-A-Wish Foundation as I let Jamie jump into the box for a moment. And your next voice you're going to be hearing is Didier alongside Jamie Hall, the man we just shouted out. Welcome back.
No, they're not your real friends, bro. No, oh, shit. Who's your poker friend?
Sit one day, it's 400.
I'm all in.
So 2 all in.
And we're going to bring him straight into it, straight into the thick of the action.
Yeah, baby.
Welcome, Jamie.
As fun, I would say.
Yeah. A famous quote in these halls, or really any Sydney poker room, is the Rob Spanish singing, "Yeah, baby." So let's have a look at this. Henry's opened the cutoff with 3s, and Germain has very reasonably come over the top and jammed his 6 big blinds with 9s. And now Fotios has an interesting decision with King-Queen suited here. You know, I can't speak for what's going on in his mind, but it's going to have to be a real hand that Germain has. Like, he actually has to play somewhat tight here because he knows that Henry's going to have to call off with pretty much everything, right? So it's hard. You can't do this light, but King Queen suited. Fotios says this is the one, and he's going to be flipping. And how about that for Henry? He came to this table with 6 bigs as the second short stack, and he might be looking at a second ladder right now.
Hopefully you followed the same
Second
thing,
page
Henry.
jump ladder, that is.
Did you follow the same thing? Fuck.
All right, looking for king or queen for Fotius.
2 diamonds, that's fun. Fair.
Fuck, Henry,
Fair
I'm
sweat for the
sweating.
audience.
He's got diamonds as well. Oh,
No.
we hold! Let's
Yep.
fucking go! We deserve it!
You can hear
We're
the support on the
best.
rail is
One person
very
at this table,
enthusiastic.
one person at this table is having a lot of fun.
I'm not even pumping for that. I deserve a pumper,
But yeah, now that's gone. I actually did want to jump in just to have a chat with you for a bit.
Oh, of course.
Because it was fun.
Flattered.
I did hear the
Oh,
shout
man,
outs
I'm
from you
going
both.
to
That's too kind.
Oh,
I was blushing from the other side of the screens there.
You do incredible work.
That's very kind. But yeah, we've been pretty fortunate to have worked together, obviously with APT and do a few things together, and we had a little side chats here and there, but never managed to get in the comm box. Or
That's true, actually. It's
have
our
too
first
much
time, isn't it?
downtime.
Yeah.
One of us is always really busy doing something. So.
Usually you.
Yeah. Well, you're trying to win thousands and thousands of dollars. That counts. But yeah, I thought we'd just take 10 minutes downtime and come and have a chat as we see Brian maybe have a quiet word with Jermaine.
People are listening, yes, to this stream. We need to keep it a little bit more PG, mate. But, you know, you must be very happy with how the production, everything's gone on this week. I don't know if you heard, I was giving the YouTube shout out as well. Really high quality on that. I personally prefer watching on that to Facebook, just as a platform thing. I know we've just got the questions on Facebook at the moment today. But I think it's nice that you're reaching out from just Facebook to some of the other platforms as well.
Yeah, I think YouTube's not only more user-friendly, but I think it compresses the stream less. So I do think you get a bit of picture quality.
Yeah,
but
I prefer it in that sense.
In terms of the overall stream, it's been really, really good. This new felt and their light boxes and all the blue has just been really popping. And
yeah, it looks really nice actually now that you mention it. Yeah,
the light is quite good in that room, although it's a little bit of a darker corner. It is quite a bright room, which is just really good for getting some of that nice quality and all of the colours there. A lot of times in the stream you can struggle a bit for light, or you just have this really harsh, over-the-top headlights. You get loads of shadows. It's the sort of thing that no one else is probably paying any attention to, but obviously...
This is a good spot to wake up with kings after you've just lost an all-in, because you can always play it off as a bit of the steam raise.
Yeah.
Oh, I lost that last hand. Oh, you know, I'll try and steal the button with this very weak hand. Kings. So,
are you very familiar with many of these players?
Admittedly, no. I do know of Jared Thatcher. I've come across him once or twice in my time. Fellow APT ambassador, of course. Good friend of mine. But aside from... I was going to say we did lose Ling earlier, who I played for many years with. She's absolutely lovely. And I would say the only other person who I've played with on this table, many times at least, would be Henry over the years. You know, he's won the Sydney Champs and, you know, well established here in Sydney. So he's navigating the short stack really well so far today. I'm not as familiar with everyone else, but I think I can say most of the time when that happens, this is going to be a really important final table for those people. And, you know, to see 61K up top is kind of, you know, going to change your year or more, you know, at the very least. So it must be really exciting for those who maybe are making one of their first final tables or at least at Kings.
Yeah, or their first stream. I think that's one thing I really like about having the stream here is not just because, you know, we get to show the product, but I think it's a really cool player experience.
Yeah.
Like, if you've never played before, most people are really keen to get on stream and share it with their family, and I think that's just a really cool, like, little extra fluffy to put into everything else,
No, I think it completely changes the experience if it was here or not. You know, I personally, you know, like growing up, always loved having support, and my friends would tune in to kind of watch some of the hands I'm playing. So I'm sure there's lots of friends and family tuning in to try and see one of their loved ones win 60K. Jared's going to want to open this a lot. I mean, there has been a pretty quick shift in the stacks, actually, in these last few hands. You know, almost from not doing too much. I think John is now the chip leader, right? And that's almost just a consequence of Fotios and Jared himself losing all-ins. So it's funny how you can just go first and ladder in that sense without having to do much.
Yeah, the distribution's pretty tricky here,
It's
right?
very tricky, honestly. This would be one of those ones I would be like going home to look at when I'm off the felt, because so many of the decisions are so tricky and so sensitive. You're playing a short stack, but there's huge pay jumps. There's lots of other short stacks, so it makes everything quite unique and dynamic, and I think that's why people really enjoy tournaments. It's the fact that none of these hands are ever really too similar when we're playing cash games, you know. Not to speak ill of cash games, Jamie, but, you know, it can be described a little bit more like doing laps. While there's lots of fun ways that people try and spice up cash games in 2025, I still think tournament poker is kind of like the purest kind of thing.
There's just so much on the line. Like right now, 8 players. So 8th at the moment is worth 7,500.
Crazy.
And the stacks are pretty evenly distributed. You couldn't really call it. I mean, Thatcher probably has the most experience, and at the moment is the chip leader.
Yeah.
So
there's absolutely no reason why the short stack can't win this tournament right now.
100%.
Like, it's actually far more possible than usual, I would say, when the stacks are both so short and so close.
And 61K at the top, that's a 50 grand difference, and separated by so little, it's going to make everyone so nervous and so tight. Everyone's going to want a ladder. Not knowing most of these people, I imagine even that sort of 4 or 5 payout is going to be potentially one of the best for a lot of them as well.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it's going to be, I think it's going to be a bit cagey. I think we'll probably see some ranges be pretty tight.
Yeah, for sure.
And then obviously some people will be handcuffed slowly as the super short stacks like Bradley will have to be looking for those spots to get it in.
You can see Henry right now is going through the process that we're sort of alluding to here, and it's like King Jack, you know, usually this is a pretty easy hand to just, you know, normally open or normally jam, but he's just looked around, you saw him in real time, look around at all of those stacks and sort of just assess the risk profile of this hand and what it's going to be generating for him right now, you know. How profitable is folding?
yeah, right, exactly. Because I think even off 9 bigs there, you can probably find a min fold or an all-in a lot of the time in that position, but it's just not worth it. Like, you could be throwing away, like you say, 40, 50 grand by that with so much more to act behind. It's just not gonna
simple
happen.
decisions just become very tricky at final tables, you know, even defending the big blind, you know, when your defense suddenly means you've gone from 5th to 8th.
yeah, exactly. that's funny, actually. That defend has just cost you 20 grand. All right, okay. That's definitely that's the latest part of my game that I've really started to try and focus on more is not just completing or calling off big blind. You know, even with the small, medium, marginal stuff, especially later in the tournaments, just really being more disciplined to save that money.
Absolutely. And then, like, if you wanted to explore the other side of it, like earlier on in tournaments, maybe people don't defend the big blind enough, and some people might be looking at some of their weaker suited hands and sort of saying like, oh, okay, the 9-2 suited, that's not going to be good here, where it's like, oh, if they've opened for the minimum, like, I'm actually getting a really good price here to just play this hand, whereas you wouldn't necessarily want to do that on the final table. So it speaks to like the evolution of the tournament and why we're doing different things at different times.
Yeah, that's one reason why tournaments are so good.
Yeah.
In one thing can change where, you know, if there's a three-way all-in now and there's a monster stack, then straight away all of your strategy just completely changes. No matter what your stack depth at that point, in the next hand you can just basically about face from being hyper-aggressive to hyper-tight or whatever it might be.
And, you know, I think the nice thing also for people who come in and they want to have that experience of, you know, trying to go deep in a tournament, maybe they're not a professional, like, with all due respect to everyone here, Jared's probably the most accomplished. You know, Jared's going to be so far from studied in every single spot that pops up in a tournament, right? Yeah. Whereas if you're going to play a cash game, maybe the equivalent of Jared in that cash game would be, you know, so like, it's actually, I think, much more of a fair shot, I think, for the recreationals and the amateurs to come in and say, hey, I can actually, like, take down a pro today, you know, play well and compete, because it's just so hard to be a completely studied tournament player in 2025.
Yeah, definitely. And there's just, you know, in any tournament, you have to win your flips. You know, absolutely.
That is the most important skill I've come to find.
So that's the greatest thing is, you know, so many times, you know, going on different tours and taking winners' photos and hearing the stories, having people who have never had that win before, never got the trophy before and chased it. Had one a few months ago. It was like some 65-year-old lady, been playing for years, never got the trophy. She couldn't care that she won $6 grand or whatever. She was absolutely over the moon.
Isn't that
she
wonderful?
Had the trophy.
That's so sweet.
Absolutely brilliant. Like, it's all very well when someone like Jared or Liam or someone like yourself wins. Like, it's really great when, you know, pros show over and over again that there is clearly a gap in terms of ability, and that's why you do what you would do. But it's the hero stories.
It's the hero stories.
I really, really love it.
Well, I think to Liam as well. You know, he's sort of like, he's had a great year, but up until the was it the Victorian Champ, I believe it's called. He won the main event there. That was really his, like, you know, defining career, like, coming out win. So it was a really nice moment for him too in that sense. I've seen a lot of pros who've struggled to get their win over the years. I think I was in that category for a very long time, and then I broke my duck by winning 2 in a week. So sometimes it just takes a while. Nice. But it took me a really long time before I won my first big sort of live one. And then sometimes they come in too. I see one of the best dealers in Sydney in the chat, Greg Sinakis. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm hoping my time will come. I've done so much work.
You just got to keep it.
The funny thing is that poker is absolutely through my blood and veins. I think I said to you before, like, I was brought up playing poker before I could walk. Really, like my mother, my grandfather both played it, and I've adored the game. And he is actually going to call it.
Made a bit of a cheeky open here. Wanted to go for it with the ace-4 off, which is definitely a looser open. And now that Bradley to his left in the cutoff there with 5.5 bigs is jammed ace-queen, as he should, he's pretty much committed to that extra 3.5 big blinds. You can never fold this kind of hand. Oh my goodness. And it's not looking very lucky for Bradley today, but there's still a river. Nope, he's going to boat up Fodios.
Fortune favours the bold.
Fortune favours the bold.
Yeah, probably not an open there. A lot of
really substantial hand, even though again it was a 5.5 big blind all in from Bradley. It's just a hugely substantial hand to how that shifts the stacks. You know, I'd just spoken about him having a completely legitimate shot of winning this tournament, so I'm sure he'll be somewhat down to get a bad beat there at this stage of the FT when he was really in a great spot to spin it up and do more than 8th place. Sorry. So unlucky there, Mr. Bacon.
Yeah,
coolest name in the tournament. Just have to give him that because he leads.
Congratulations, Bacon, there on 8th place, 7,550. Next, 7th will get 8,950, and then top 6 are all into 5 figures. But as I was saying, poker is I just bleed the game, honestly. I absolutely adore it. And it's so hard to be so involved, and really what I want to be doing is just on the table all the time.
Of course, yeah.
So I'm hoping over the course of the next couple of years to just spend a a lot more time at the table. And
We good to see you around.
I would love to rub some shoulders with all the people that I spend so much time with.
Yeah, well, I've briefly discussed some hands from you, and you definitely have the good foundations coming through. So I think with just more time on the table is basically the best advice, really.
100%.
It's hard to study without having the time on the table to figure out what you need to study. So, yeah, even if it's just little things like talking to friends about hands and asking for advice from people in your circles, that's a great thing that these tournaments do as well, when people can come to them and maybe they don't play a hand as well as they think they should have, and they come and talk to a friend and maybe they played the hand well, maybe they didn't, and they can improve in areas. And it's such an intellectually stimulating game in that sense. And unfortunately for Jared, I don't think he's going to be getting away from this one.
He's going to love to get this in.
Yeah.
From when I was over the table earlier, Jermaine was actually giving Jared a bit of a needle as well earlier.
Oh, really?
So Jared is going to really want to spike one of these two outers here.
Yeah. Jermaine just ripping the 13 bigs and Jared putting it in.
That is not helping.
No, we both had to double check with the flush draw. I think us and the audience took all of our time to just look down at the flop, look for the spade, and didn't matter. They both have it. Both make a flush.
It's funny. I was just saying to Matthew Marshall a minute ago, like I'm not a massive fan when someone is having as much fun as Jermaine is on the table. It's really, really hard to play. But in terms of a strategy, playing against someone like Jared, who's just so good, if you want to get into their head and make them play bad, it's probably not a terrible strategy.
There's some people I think that would work on. I don't think Jared's in that category, because Jared will give it straight back to you, you know.
Yeah.
I've seen Robert Spano give it to Jared at the table, and Jared is so unafraid to give it straight back, you know.
Excellent.
I'm more like respecting Spano. I'm copping it. I'm taking the bullets one at once. Jared's just like, no, mate, you know, and just gives it straight back to him. So
that's a good impression.
I saved them up, but yeah, no, they certainly work more on other people. Don't know if I want to be endorsing the strategy necessarily, but like I was saying to Chris, you know, it's such a fun environment in Australia that I don't know that there's that many people that it gets under their skin. We're so good at like just having a good time and talking about these moments. Also, I think Jared's going to take that beat probably better than most, being up a casual 300k or so in the last month from his adventures at WPT Australia, where he came third, I believe it was, in the main event, in the 5k, and 2 final tables at Poker Palace and a final table here today. So he's definitely racking them up.
Yeah,
I don't know where this form was at State of Origin, but that's a question for another day.
Yeah, no, I love Jared. As soon as he comes in, all we do is take the piss out of each other. Just absolutely lay into each other straight away, and that's just our form of communication.
He's a very funny guy. I think we've got a question here in the Facebook, if we can just bring that up. From Connor. Sorry, it's a little bit small, mate. I'm trying to read it out. Given this payout structure, how much does ICM affect your play versus a pure chip EV approach? And how do you think these players should be adjusting for that? Yeah, fantastic question, Connor. I think as someone like who's watching the stream and wants to hopefully learn a little bit today, that's like the number one thing I'd be focusing on. And the answer is extremely differently. Almost the opposite. Jamie and I were talking a little bit about even how defending the big blind can go from being defend any 2 suited cards when you're at the start of the tournament or day one, and then here is maybe you're defending a much tighter range because it can actually change the fact that you're coming 5th, and then you can go to 8th when the stacks are just so close, and even a single big blind would change, say, Shao and Marius or Jared right now. You can see how close that is, or Fotios and Jermaine. They're exactly even. So a lot of your decisions have to weigh up what we call like the risk premium, and to sort of translate that into layman's terms, it's trying to figure out how much pressure you can both take and give. And that's going to be a function of your stack size, as well as the stack sizes around you. Those are going to sort of create the strategies that you're looking for. So without getting into too depth, very differently is the basic answer to that, my friend. And all of the decisions, as I'm sure you can appreciate, would be a lot more sensitive in terms of how you approach things. Henry, I think, is probably putting on what I'd say is a little bit of an ICM clinic here today. I referenced the fact that he came in with about the big blind stack that he has right now, 6.8 big blinds. And he's made some interesting folds. I think he folded a pocket pair already. He folded King Jack, just open folds, that is. And that's just a function of him looking around and believing that he can ladder, I guess would be the way to sort of create a goal for yourself.
Yeah, it comes to the point when, like you said about applying pressure, when you are at 4, 5, 6, you know, you're not really capable of putting any pressure on. At which point, everything that you do is almost just like, well, I'm just going to wait it out because it's going to be worth 5-10 grand to me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's a great thing that you bring up. Like, if you wanted to sort of put an exaggerated example to maybe teach people at home, you could say Fotios had like 5 big blinds more and Jermaine was still on 26 as like the clear second stack. He would have sort of the biggest risk premium in the sense that he's sort of allocated that second place winning money to some extent, or he has, a share of it, and then losing a lot of chips would mean that he's going quite dramatically down a lot of pay jumps that are really, like any tournament, sort of top heavy. So, yeah. I hope that was a reasonable answer.
That's really good, mate. I mean, just in case someone was wondering, you do actually. I mean, you offer coaching.
I've done a lot of coaching in my time. I'm not currently doing coaching or taking people on at the moment.
Okay.
Or it would be on a case-by-case basis if someone wanted to approach me. But generally just been focused on playing. There's been so much poker on both in Australia and around the world. I'm trying to get to Gold Coast and Vegas after this for WSOP Circuit and WPT Vegas. So maybe in the new year, but I think that the January schedule for Australia is already starting to pop open as well. There's stuff in Brisbane, there's stuff in Sydney, there's stuff in Melbourne. So yeah, very tough, admittedly, just personally to find the time to do coaching these days. But yeah, I appreciate the question.
Interesting here, though. Has a bit more difficult to navigate, but it's now leading out with the 9.
So I think this is sort of...
Sorry, I thought he was about to lead. He's checked it.
Yes, I was about to comment as if he had let out, but no, I was expecting a check here. Tricky spot for him, expecting a turn barrel from Kings most of the time here on a board where things can still change rather quickly. So no reason for Kings really not to keep betting for value here. It'll be interesting to see how Fotios responds to whatever size John decides upon.
I think this is exactly where I think it probably plays into a lot. I think you might think about calling this, but again, just with him having the stack that you were talking about, being in that third spot at the moment, I don't think you want to gamble that advantage away.
No, I mean, without knowing John, it's hard to just, think of any average human being constructing like amazing bluffs that don't include spades in these situations, or at least 2 overs. So, I mean, generally the 9 won't have a lot of equity even against some of those semi-bluffs. So it's a pretty reasonable laydown, especially against someone who's open in an early position. These are the kinds of things we're thinking about there with the 9. I am glad that he didn't donk lead on the turn, as we call it. It looked like he was thinking about it. No, I would not have suggested that. That feels like it would be more of a just like, see where I'm at without accomplishing too much. There are definitely moments where we can call a flop bet and then lead on the turn, however. That just wouldn't be one of them. We generally want to do that where it changes to a card that favors us as the big blind. Toby wants to know what I'm wearing. Am I allowed to answer those questions on the stream?
He's not wearing anything. He's just in his jogs. It's hot in
It's very relaxed, just in the casual poker attire.
Is this yours? You got the
King's
hoodie
they've
there?
donated me a King's hoodie. Wow, that was interesting timing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yes, I'm wearing a King's hoodie now.
These black
Tony Ashton will have to approve that comment.
It's all right. We're partners.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's me, Noel. How you doing, my friend? Max Slate Reg tomorrow. I might come in before the Max Slate Reg. Noel's asking about the main event, which restarts at 12 p.m. tomorrow, and I believe there's an hour and a half of Max Slate Reg. I'll come in at like 12:30, like a little bit in between, maybe give myself the opportunity to lose $4,000 rather than $2,000.
When you were in Vegas firing on most cylinders, were you max slating as a standard most of the time, or
it's
did you actually mix it up a bit?
I wanted to sort of try and get in earlier this year into a lot of tournaments. Definitely been trying to get away from just doing the max slate reg thing, and a lot of my friends max slate reg, a lot of my colleagues, I guess you could say, and I certainly do it a lot as well because it's quite profitable. It is higher variance, so you're going to bust really quickly very often. But of course, the other times you're coming in to almost have 2x start stack from a very deep moment into the tournament where you're not necessarily too far away from the money. And at the World Series of Poker specifically, they kind of have different structures where they pay 15% of the field. A lot more regularly, it's 12.5 here. And the min cash is 2x every single time. So there's a lot more incentive at the WSOP to max late register because you get really close to the money.
Right.
Whereas at tournaments in Australia here, let's look at this example here with Kings. I think it's 30 big blinds max late reg. It's 12.5 at the WSOP.
Right,
So it's
okay.
nearly 3 times different, and you're nowhere really near close to the money, I believe, on day 2 when you come into max late register these things. And that's been a sort of like function of how Australian operators, and it's great that Kings are listening to this, that the pros don't necessarily want to play all of the day ones. They want to come in, play the day 2. So they're giving the pros the opportunity tomorrow to come in for an hour and a half and sort of fire maybe more than one bullet or max late reg, but they're also giving a good structure for people that want to come in from the very start, maybe aren't firing more than one bullet. So that's definitely the what I would compliment the operator doing. Yeah, in Vegas, I think there's more max late regging for that reason. I still... You also see a lot of tournaments that are like single re-entry over there. So what I might try and do personally is have like an early bullet and then a max late reg bullet for those ones.
Okay.
If it's unlimited, then just keep going.
Yeah,
most
for
of the
sure.
time.
I'm always interested in batting this around because I know that in terms of your time investment, obviously it makes a lot more sense if you're firing tournaments to obviously only be dedicating a small amount of
Vegas
time
is
and
nuts.
the variance. But it also feels like some of the pros would have, you have a larger edge when you have a bigger field, and the chances of your table having less experienced players, it feels like that's where some of your edge would come more into play. Right? So it kind of feels like it would be more profitable also to be coming in early quite a lot, but so many pros just seem to very consistently.
I saw a good professional poker player put up a question on Twitter, and it's not necessarily one that has I would say it actually doesn't have an answer. It's more like you could argue either side, and it's like, would you rather the pro that comes in and is on time every single time, or would you rather the pro that has studied 20 big blinds or 30 big blinds, whatever the max late reg stack is, like just all out, nerded out for the last year, but they know those stack depths amazingly well, and then they just keep playing 30 big blind games, knowing that the average tournament stack isn't going to be much more than 30 big blinds. I think those kinds of people have like a pro and a con where, and I hope this is sort of answering your next question here, Connor, where like you're going to miss like some of the gifts, I think, on like day 1 when you're not there playing deep stack, and inevitably people make mistakes, and if you're sitting at a table for longer, that's always going to be better, especially if you think you have an edge in the field. You should always be trying to play as long as you can, because you're going to realize your edge over more hands rather than less hands.
Yeah, because I almost never max late. I only max late if I have to, but I love the game, I don't play it enough. So
the answer is there's arguments for both, quite frankly. And in my answer to you earlier, I like getting in earlier. I came up with a cash game background where I love playing deep stack, like have no problem sitting 300 big blinds effective, and then for my next bullet I might come in with 12.5 at the WSOP just for those reasons.
Splitting that. That's actually an interesting strategy. I like that.
And again, it depends on the tournament. So like if it's like the $1,500 milli maker with first and second getting more than $1 million now, I'm firing all the bullets I can. I'm not coming back to max late reg that one. And there's also sort of slightly different ones. Like it's cool to sort of like look at the structures sometimes, like in Vegas or even tournaments here. Like sometimes like max late reg will be close to the money, and you can make the money on day 1, or it's a 1-day or 2-day tournament, as opposed to maybe like, I think there's one over there called the Monster Stack, where like you can register towards the end of the night, you play a level and bag, but you don't make the money for like another day. So like it's not really great to max late register in those spots, because like you may as well have just come in earlier to play deeper. So I think a good way of potentially answering the question succinctly, which I certainly haven't done right now, would be just to sort of examine how close you are to the bubble when you are max late registering.
This is exactly what I wanted to come in there, was just to kind of pick your brains, because it's very rare that you get time to sit down with an established pro and actually go, okay, well, let's bat some things around. And with the players obviously reasonably handcuffed now, so we're only expecting,
and the blinds are going up quickly as well, so it's only going to even increase in that sense. And
It's
one of those tough ones. If Jared doesn't win this, people are going to be like, mate, you were the chip leader, you had 2x average. And then if you sort of translate and you're like, oh, but there were quite fast blind levels and I had 30 big blinds. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's perfectly reasonable why you wouldn't. And of course, all of Jared's fans partially won here, still hoping he can pull it off.
Partially, just partially.
Well, I'm trying to be unbiased, you know, but he's also my friend. How do I not give that away? It's a hard thing to answer. But, you know, I'll give him all the shtick along the way if he survives. How about that? We'll balance it that way. I was doing the APL Million final table coverage with Malcolm. And we both had a piece of Cooper who was playing on, who just so happened to be on the FT, and we'd sort of agreed to do it anyway. And we were trying to say some nice things about Cooper, and someone was like in the chat, "This is the most biased commentary I've ever heard." And I was like, okay, better adjust.
See, like I don't really mind. I don't know how deep I go into this right now, but in previous times when I've commented on stream, like I've not really like gone hard on this, like I need to be completely unbiased. I think there are times to be biased.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't, because you know someone or know their play or whatever it might be. Like I'm happy to cheer on Jared as a mate who's good. I'm not saying that I want everyone else to lose or that I'm going to do anything to change anything. It's just a matter of fact. Like I just know the guy, you know.
So some people might be wondering about this defend here with Jared, because I've been talking about these kind of hands like being kind of sensitive and maybe even thinking of folding them at the FT. But if you look now, because he is the big blind and he has to post the big blind ante as well as the big blind itself, he's kind of got the handcuffs off again. Chris and I were trying to discuss the handcuffs on, handcuffs off approach. And when he becomes the short stack, he's sort of handcuffs off and can just try and realize the value of his hand. So pretty much any suited hand he's just going to defend here.
Yeah, the
This is
queen's not
interesting
good
on
for
the
him,
turn.
but he has got the gutty and the flush draw.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he's going to lead.
I think it's kind of the only option here for Jared, even if he knows that the queen itself is not a great card for him, and more often is going to hit Jermaine when he opens in early position and checks back the flop. Going to have more of these king, queen, ace, queen, queen, jack kind of things.
Yeah, it seems inevitable that would happen.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because Jared sort of knew that would happen at like a kind of high clip. I'm sure he would agree with me, but he can't really check shove that hand. He can't really check
like
call that
like a
hand.
blocker
So
almost.
yeah, it's sort of like a, oh god, there wasn't really a good option for him there, unfortunately. But I think he probably chose the right choice.
Do you think that's a good pre-flop call then?
The 5-3 clubs?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. When he's the short stack, as I described. Whereas if he had been like, who am I looking at here? Maybe Shao, or I think Henry would have been pretty similar after he posted, but maybe Shao would be slightly tighter because even though he's only got a couple of big blinds more, like that's a lot of money in pay jumps if he outlasts two people below him, right? Yeah.
So interesting. You feel like you know, and then you just found out that you
Honestly,
just don't know.
like some people ask me, like when I sit down, they're like, "Do you feel like confident?" Someone, I'm like, "You wouldn't believe how unconfident I am because there's so much in this game that you're just always thinking about." And I ask players who I look up to the same question. They're like, "I make so many mistakes. It's crazy." So
right.
I think if you're one of those people who feel like you're like either struggling or maybe you don't play perfectly every time, nobody does. We can only play our best, and we're all going to make mistakes every single session. So it's about minimizing them as much as you can, but you have to accept that you're going to do it. It's a fun one for the viewer too. I don't think this final table would, on average, take too much more than a couple of hours because of how short everyone is. Unless there's like a lot of eliminations quickly and you get a sort of deeper heads up, then just not a whole lot of big blinds on the table left at the moment.
No, it's starting to get a little bit more meaty. We've got a 30, a 21, and a 20, and a call on the 13. So there's some playability in the higher end.
Yeah, John and Fotios definitely. I mean, Fotios has not shown that he's thinking he's like playing with the handcuffs on. But I would say that they're sort of the two that are going to struggle to get involved here, while they're sort of in between the chip leader and a lot of those other short stacks who are really close together. But Fotios, I don't think he wants to listen to me on that one. He wants to go for it. Saw that ace-4 open. And honestly, sometimes that's what it takes, you know, the Chad mentality. He's just like, screw ICM. I'm going for it today.
yeah, right. Well, someone said like ICM's for poor people.
Yeah, the Nacho Barbera.
Well, lots of other things going on in the room. The Iron Throne is down to its last 7 players. Just did that recently. We've got the big freeze in the other room. That kicked off at 4:30. There was 82 entries in that. Still 44 left. That prize pool got to 42,640. The main event, the flight that unfortunately Didier did not find a bag in, flight E. 85 entries in that, absolutely huge. 841 still going on, and then currently flight F of the main is on 26 entries. You can late reg that right up until the end. They'll be backing up about 1:20 p.m. and then you'll have 2 hours of late reg tomorrow when it comes back, I believe, at 12 p.m. Yes, 12 p.m. So we'll see you then.
Yep. I think 1:30 is the max late reg, 1:30 p.m.
And then there is an absolute DGen game going on. PLO 4, 5, and 6, just for good measure.
That's fun.
65 in that. That's a 350 entry.
Hard to make hands and hold them, not hard to make hands in that.
No, it's hard to not make a hand.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard to fold. 24,000 in that prize pool, so pretty decent for a PLO 4, 5, 6 game. Just money all over the place, absolutely dripping.
I always find that really interesting between Omaha and Hold'em. You know, in basic terms, Hold'em is an offensive game where most of the time we don't have it, and PLO or Omaha, especially 5 and 6, is going to be a game where you have it, but do they have slightly more of it? It's a defensive game as opposed to an offensive game where you're working around like having it.
Do you play much mixed at all?
No, I played Deuce to 7 single draw just because I honestly watched it one year at the WSOP and it seemed the easiest one to learn. So I generally like flick that once a year in Vegas. And I just find it so much fun. I think if you don't know any of the mixed games, like that's the easiest one to learn because it's sort of just the reverse hand rankings and then very similar in the way that you think about No Limit Hold'em. So I wouldn't say I'm good at it by any means, but it's definitely a lot of fun.
I absolutely adore mixed games. I started playing last year at Newcastle Kings.
Oh, nice.
They do a couple of little mixed games there, and they've got a few good mixed games TDs, and just love it straight away. I always love 7-card stud because there's just something just like cool about it. I don't know what it is, just old school. There's something very nice about it. But then recently I was down in Melbourne and playing some mixed game cash, which was incredibly fun, honestly. Playing a 10-game mixed game cash. Really,
10
really
game? Wow, they're running. That's crazy. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a new thing that they're trying to do down there. Really, really enjoyed that.
Speaking of stud and 10 game, a certain player comes to mind. My good friend James Obst won the 10K World Championship WSOP event in 2024 and then won WPT Australia in between going over to PGT, had their first 25K 10 game, and he won it. In Badoogie, which, by the way.
Yeah. Nice.
just to make sure that you knew that he knew all 10 of the games. He wanted to win it in Badoogie. But he's an amazing poker mind.
It also didn't get a single point in State of Origin, right? Is that correct? If I remember?
I don't know if he got a small amount or 0, but I think we can just recall it as 0. I think that's fair.
The pressure got to him.
The pressure got to him. It was a big tournament for him, you know.
People like yourself and everyone else there.
Yeah. We affectionately named Travis the player of... Well, of course, he won Player of Origin the year before at Voco, and he was referred to as the Pooh. And I found out that James actually won Player of Origin at like the 2010 State of Origin or something.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, you're also a former Pooh. And he was like, yes. So definitely an affectionate crown there.
Excellent. Very nice.
Oh, you'll have to find me, Greg. I'll be here. Might duck around behind a desk when you start asking for money, but I'll be here somewhere.
Lots of people tuning in at the moment for the final table of the mini main. Saw 745 entries down to the last 7. $290,000 prize pool. You can see the prize is down at the bottom there. First
Fotios
61K.
should be whacking this most of the time. He's just gone with call. Shao will be... he's lucky he didn't listen to me.
Yeah, right.
I expect this to just go all in from Shao and fold with King
in
5.
that spot, that stack, 14 on the small blind.
Well,
King
we're not going to
5
bust
suited.
when we lose the hand. We're going to have heaps of equity against anything he wakes up with, and we're putting pressure on a guy with a huge risk premium when there's 2 shorter stacks than him.
I
and he's
actually
pretty
missed
close to
red
3.
shell stack. I thought you had more. I
No,
didn't
yeah.
realize, sorry,
So I think King 5 suited's a pretty natural all in there, but when we find the limp and we get jammed on, maybe not so much. Yeah, I'll just be folding now. I would have jammed before though.
Again, that 14 bigs in third position, like, definitely understand jamming there, especially with the shorter stack in the big blind. Like you say, you're not going to bust.
Yeah.
But also, I can understand him wanting to protect.
I should
what
be
his
clear,
ICM
and when
is there.
when we talk about like these things about wanting to ladder, it doesn't mean that you just become a nit and stop doing things. You still need to be exerting pressure on people and recognizing position. And of course, when it comes to us in the small blind, we're just against a range heads up. We're going to be fairly active, especially on a final table with this kind of configuration, as I would call it, with regard to all the stack sizes.
It's a reference to a misspelling.
Yeah, I had a feeling I wasn't going to comment on it. Toby's too sharp for you guys. He'll find those things. An unlucky run for the now diminished Henry Chan. He made a great run earlier. Rating this open by Germain here with the Queen 6 of Diamonds. Seems like whenever I do say that, the person immediately on their left does just wake up with it. So,
yeah, right.
Maybe don't listen to Didier every time is also an important lesson.
And this position, are you clicking this? Are you shoving this?
Nah, I'm just whacking with ace queen off. Give it the old whack, mate. All in.
Sounds like you only have 2 buttons at this point.
Some would say only 1.
There he does give it the whack. Acting like he's thinking about it, but can't see him calling this one off. He's asked for a count even.
That's just partially just double checking it's not a super short jam, which is always very reasonable,
He's also having a water. Very responsible.
Yeah, it seems more than responsible now, though, if he does know that it's 14 big blinds. Yeah, we'll put it away.
Well, enjoying this, picking the brains of Didier Guerin, APT ambassador, joining us in the booth, getting some great insight. Feel free to fire some questions across while we got him. He's going to be here probably until the break, so not indefinitely. Good time to get a bit of free
Have an important
coaching.
day 2 tomorrow here in the King's May. I have to get my beauty sleep. But yeah, very happy to be here.
I'm surprised you're able to get here even at 12, to be honest, mate.
It's a push, mate. It's a struggle for the poker player.
Last night, I've not been sleeping well at all because I've been finishing quite late. I finished up yesterday or whatever.
You guys go far later than any of the players, it must be said.
Finished.
Well, I'm just a prima donna. You're actually working quite hard.
I got to sleep about 6 a.m. this morning.
Oh my goodness.
Back 11.
Oh my god. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to function very well. Credit to you.
Yeah, actually, that's one thing I was going to do on the way out here was give a massive shout out to the staff. It's been absolutely huge. The staffing for this obviously just requires so much planning and so much commitment. And, some people get sick and have things come out and have personal problems. And, even if you sort of overprescribe on dealers and stuff, it can be very easy if just, 3-4 people don't turn up.
Absolutely.
So a lot of people, we've been pretty stretched. We've managed it all very, very well, but people have been putting in an absolute shift.
Do you like the fact that when you see a lot of the staff at these events is that, like, you could almost point to literally every single poker tour in the country and you could say, oh, Brian was teeting at that event, Edwin was teeting over there, Pat was teeting over there, and then they're here, they're at APL. Do you love that dynamic of just getting, or Matty Marshall's doing the streams with you? Like, do you like that?
100%. I think it's really good. So much of the core people are the core people, and they're just very well experienced, and it just gives you confidence in just the whole machine, right?
Sorry to cut you off, but
no, please.
I think, well, I guess the fact that Henry didn't rip this in is a very ICM-aware kind of open. Most people for 9.7 big blinds would just be jamming, but he's aware of how early in position he is and how many players are left to act behind him. Also, it's a hand that
calling the jam, or are you folding to the
No,
jam?
I think we have to fold against a cut-off jam here. Unfortunately. Feels very disgusting. But, not really a hand you'd be ever like wanting to fold in like chip EV, or as I was say in early stages. But yeah, you can see that he hates it. It's such a pretty hand to have to fold, but right decision.
It's hard though. 7-handed with Queen Jack opening. I feel like there's going to be quite a lot of times where you're committing really to get it.
The problem with like not going all in with a hand like that is that like you're just surrendering a tremendous amount of equity in like the chip EV sense, but at the same time you're sort of burning your edge by going all in at all from that kind of position where he was just then.
And obviously in +1 going to be coming into the blinds quite quickly anyway, so.
Yep, Toby picking up on it. It's definitely an ICM clinic today by Henry Chan. Obviously, poker is a game where people get dealt more hands than others, but if you wanted me to professionally grade everyone so far, I think he's had sort of the toughest spots and navigated them the best so far. But that's obviously a huge function of the trauma he's been dealt in some of these positions where I have to find these raised faults, you know. Excited to see how this plays out.
This is absolutely great. I feel like I'm learning on the job. This is
trying my best.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, hope everyone enjoys it.
Shout out to the staff. They've been putting mega hours, like I was saying, and still not quite to the end yet. Going to be a massive day 2 for the main. So don't be shy to thank your dealer or thank the staff. It can sometimes be a thankless job, especially when you know you're forcing someone to call the all-in or whatever decision doesn't go your way. John, just straight up jams on the dealer with the ace-queen suited. Gonna apply a bit more pressure.
I thought that user was banned from the chat, the latest comment there. Liam someone?
Some sort of fish.
After I said such a nice thing about him earlier as well.
You gotta say, so Patty comes on earlier, Pat Russell TD comes on, makes a great TD ruling, like explains it all, you know, credit to him. 2 minutes later, they go to the final table and he calls out to G, who's at the other end of the room. He's like, we're back in 10 minutes. It's like, mate, I've busted. It was like the whole room heard it as well, the biggest needle. I felt bad for Liam, but it was also hilarious, so sorry.
The game is gone now, Liam, I agree.
With him, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have done that. What are you going to kick me out with shit?
Not good enough to answer some of the string questions.
All right, Jared is all in and at risk. He is live, still managing to get 34% of this. He's going to need a king or an 8. That is not a terrible flop. Gives him.
That's a lot of hope looking at.
The open ender.
He's the favourite.
12 out. There it is.
Lock it up.
Just got to avoid the chop.
Oh. Did you hear the lock it up? Just mock that? Oh my god. If you want someone to run bad, say lock it up before they've locked it up.
John, you almost did what
Yeah, I've got to start doing that more. There's still things you can learn from these situations.
Yeah, or just call it in the commentary at the same
Yeah, just
time.
call it in the commentary.
Unlucky Jared, but did well to still be in.
What's my recommendation for a bag amount for the main? I don't think there should be a recommendation for the amount. I think you should be looking at like how many bullets you're comfortable to, or how many entries you're comfortable to fire. So maybe you're comfortable firing 6,000. Maybe you just want to play the one bullet itself. So I would say if you're just doing the one bullet thing, most of the time you want to come in as early as you can and experience, you know, that deep stack poker so that you feel like you've really got at least experience for that one bind and the ability to play through deep, medium, and short stacks. But if you're coming with a few bullets, then I definitely recommend an event like this, the Sydney Millions Main. It's definitely a premier Australian tournament where I want to be in from day 1A, playing as many bullets as I can. But ultimately, if you don't have a bag, I'm still going to recommend playing from day 2 because it's a really great value tournament. There's so much money up top.
I think you should probably make some more appearances at Kings. Some of the structures are quite unbelievable. One of the things, Chris, I can't remember what event it was, Players Champs.
4 days,
and it's like standing, it goes like 5'10", 6'12", 7'14", 8'16". The only one that's missing is 9'18". It's like, are the blinds even going up at that stage?
No, that's a little too slow for me.
Too slow. That was the joke. I was going to make a reel or something saying that the structures are too good.
Yeah, we were talking about the WSOP main event earlier, and I think this sort of gets into that question that was asked for bag amount just a little bit. And, some people love the fact that it's like, was it 2-hour levels the whole way through? And I'm like, getting to spend 4 days trying to get into the money is not necessarily great when I want to play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, right.
You could literally be missing, like, in that amount of time, 2 or 3 tournaments a day in Vegas. So, like, I'm much more of the opinion, like, make it a bit faster earlier and then give them the great structure. But I also do recognize that it's sort of an obsolete observation, I guess, because people romanticize that event and really love it for what it is, and a lot of people just wouldn't play if you didn't have those 2-hour levels all the way from the start. So I mean, with these things like Players Champs, people who love really good structures, some people love freeze outs, it's just about having variety for the people coming to play.
Well, really interesting flop here. Sevens bump it up 2.3, Henry calls it off, and they've both connected with this flop. King,
Goodbye,
Queen,
Henry.
top pair.
Unlucky, mate.
And
I don't mean to sound facetious. It's just a cooler of a flop, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's done all the right things today, Henry. It'll be amazing if you found a run out here to stay alive. This will just go on the flop.
Well, as he said, he's put on the clinic. He's done some amazing work, which Didier's been able to analyse for us. So unless he hits this 5%, we'll end up saying goodbye to him. But it's been great to see some of that level of play.
Yeah. Unlucky, Henry. Well played, mate.
GG's. Henry Tran cashing out 8,950. Not terrible for your
just
full
a solid
50
20
buy-in.
extra turn, yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Don't mind
awesome.
20 extra turn.
Yeah, pretty insane, really. And then over 100x for first, which is pretty tasty.
So do you think that tournament would maybe be a 3-day tournament next year, the Players Champs, or do you think that players really liked having that 4th day and like just a really incredible structure like that? What was the feedback like?
Did it go to a 4th day?
I think it did.
Is that what happened?
Unless I'm wrong.
I thought it was only 3
Thought
days.
it all blend.
It was only 3 days.
It was only 3. Okay,
Yeah,
well that's
yeah.
pretty
Made me
reasonable.
doubt
then,
myself, too.
I'm sorry, yeah. I thought it was a 4th day. That's why I was like, wow, that's a really long structure. When you're talking about 9:18, I was like expecting to see 11:22 for a second.
Yeah, it was quite late that it finished. I think it finished about 3 a.m. on that last day. But that day also just kept going for the heads up. Anya and
that's right, yeah.
Soraya really
tuned
just
into a
both
little bit of that
wanted the
FT.
trophy. Both really wanted the win. So didn't take the ICM. It could have finished a bit earlier, but they played it out. But it was probably about right. I mean, a 3 a.m. finish on the last day for that sort of money, I think it's probably a good sweet spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great, by the way. I'm such a huge fan of venues that support doing deals. I know it's very common outside of the casino now, but we were talking about WSOP a lot. Probably the biggest criticism of WSOP, and for people that are interested in, what's going on in the poker world, is the fact that they can't do deals there, and that was really exacerbated during the Millionaire Maker in the middle of the year, where we saw those two players collude actively heads up to give the other guy the win, because that guy had that free roll promotion from WPT where he got an extra $1 million if he won the bracelet. So it was actually kind of devastating for both purists of the game who wanted to see two really good, well-known players play heads up, but also to just see like this blatant cheating. Like I was watching with a bunch of my friends I think Krilly and I were just like watching it being like, this is really weird. And then after 5 minutes, we were like, oh, they're using odd numbers and even numbers. And one guy was just going all in every single time he used an odd number. And then he folded like top pair when the guy used an even number or something. We were like, oh, this is crazy. And it was all just this function of trying to make sure that they like could collude because they weren't allowed to make a deal. So like
Is
you
that
can look
every
at
single event in the WSOP?
in the WSOP, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Whereas if you look at a lot of the other major operators, oh, hello, Jared. We'll come back to that. Aces just kind of take you away, hey? You're like, oh, what was I talking about again? So, yeah, interesting. I won't say it's actually very interesting for Jared. He's going to make it look interesting. This is a good hand, Jamie, I believe.
Yeah, these two, they're only worth one, aren't they?
Yeah.
Did he just go for a little min?
He might find the non-all in here with it. Here's the 2.5 bigs. That's interesting.
Does it almost look stronger?
I
mean, he's just going to put them all in anyway.
I think it should be interpreted off that stack size as something that still leaves Jared room to fold if there was like all in behind him, if he had a hand other than aces, obviously. So I think Jared's probably trying to frame this more from a perspective of what would I actually do with all of my sizes here. So my guess would be that he was actually opening 2.5 big blinds there with everything rather than just aces themselves. Otherwise, yeah, I could appreciate your question. I think if he'd like limped, it would have looked really strong. But it actually doesn't look. It probably looks stronger to min in the sense that like you would just never really min raise off what was like 6.7 bigs. I think going to 2.5 is sort of more of like I'm committing my stack kind of off this depth.
This is real minutia at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the great. I think that's
big.
the perfect word to use. Minutia. Who knows minutia better than Jared Thatcher?
Can we just spend all day just doing this, and we can just like teach the world how to do
We'll try. And everyone will come back the next day and like, why didn't any of this work? Why did I listen to Didier?
Yeah.
Useless commentator.
Right, I've had absolutely too much fun, but
Sorry, what was that opening? No, it's fold. What's a blind? 600? Two raise. 600.
I think it's
I was just going to run away, but we are getting close to a break, so I will sit out for the rest of the break and then reunite Waddy back with his microphone. But yeah, this is everything I dreamed of. I know Waddy joked about a dream, but I was saying before I came on mic that I really want to come in.
You know, I have said this very steadfastly to you before, and if you're Australian like I am, or, you know, half of another language, I think you need to agree with me on this, but, like, the British are just better commentators. You've got the voice for it, man. It's very hard to compete, you know. You even look at, like, national sports like football. We had, like, an English commentator for, like, the last 2 decades, you know, calling it.
It's so funny. Like, obviously, I do various voiceover works, not just for poker, but other different stuff. And, you know, people do seem to swoon over it, and obviously I don't really see it.
You articulate better than we do.
And articulate I can understand. Yeah, that's fine. All right, man, get it all in, eh?
How dare you? Now this is a really fun find. Xiao Wu with the King 5-0, basically jamming against the button open. Some of the thoughts that would be immediately going through his brain here would just be saying, okay, Germain is the chip leader, I believe. Oh, sorry, second in chips. Yeah, just Farios now is the chip lead. So Germain's probably opening somewhat wide on the button, trying to go for steals, and he's just decided to use the King 5 off.
Nice little spot to find there.
Yeah. Dangerous, but you know, have to live on the edge sometimes.
King Lion? I did. Yeah. Ace-Line's good enough. Almost a ball.
You have what?
Ace not suited.
So you said you had queen
I mean,
nine.
queen not suited. Sorry.
Oh.
Queen not
What's
suited.
the next major series for you after this? Because I guess we're getting towards the back end of the week with the marquee event on the main event.
I mean, I've got the biggest series of the year. I got Newcastle Kingdom series in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I've
That's Rob Jurovsky's place, yeah?
Yeah,
He's a lovely guy.
and Matty's head of floor for
Oh,
that
okay,
one. Matty
nice.
Marshall.
Again, lots of like familiar stuff. Must be nice.
Yeah, and that's like I actually get to play a few games there because it's a bit more chill, and obviously they've not got quite as few many games going on. But they've got again great prize pools, great money.
The numbers
They've
pop
got-
off for Newcastle. I've seen.
Yeah, they've got 1K high roller, and that gets 5 figures.
A couple of my
plus.
friends travel up to there for it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because there are some of the I don't want to say softer fields, but you get a higher variation of people going to that sort of game. And
Jermaine just
it's
folding
good
fives.
fun.
Interesting there.
So great. We'll talk about it after it's all over. Right?
What would you do with fives there?
I think opening's fine.
Yeah?
Yep.
6-3 raise.
I know a lot of people talking about.
I don't think we're doing anything other than folding and opening when we have Fotios on our left as second or third in chips. So yeah, just going to be open. You can definitely find a reason to fold fives. I think cutoff might be just fine there. If he feels like Fotios is going after him, maybe if he has like the inside word that the King 5-0 is being used against him, then it makes more sense.
It's interesting.
It can be a little bit
because
rate dependent.
Both the dealer and the blinder have got a bigger stack. So you think you would min there with fives into 2 bigger stacks? Sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah, like I mean, it's pretty much an even stack with John, right? So given the fact that he's not going to be like defending 100%, I think fives can still fit in there. We don't really want to be using like smaller pairs. It might be the inflection point. We're certainly folding deuces and threes, and we want to prefer to use hands with more like high card value in a lot of these situations. But yeah, as you can see, the Jack 9-0 got folded there. So if you think people are under defending, then can be a reason to expand.
That's funny you talk about the inflection point, because for me, like thinking about my strategy was obviously much less schooled than yours. In that position, I just think fives. I don't think I ever really do much with fives there. I'm talking maybe sixes and sevens. I feel like I can start to do, but fives feels below the line for me. But
well, I mean, it is going to be a really high risk premium opening up into that stack, as you highlighted. So I mean, it's definitely not going to be like making heaps of money. Like I would prefer to have ace 9 off than fives.
Stop looking at me, Jared. Stop looking at me, Swan.
not that I'm criticising your play, I'm trying to learn.
No, I think you're asking a really good question.
Who's
Like
this
it's
guy?
definitely,
He does
it's
nothing.
definitely possible that I'm slightly off by a pip or two there, and you're right. It could be sixes and sevens. As I was saying though, we have to sort of have some idea of how the villains are playing as well.
Does that make you feel better?
Fotios has been on a bit of a journey. He's been the chip leader before already on this table. He's sort of got shortish and was in a precarious position for a second there. Wins the ace-4, and he's kind of boomeranged it back.
Not seen much from Marius at all, really. Had John and Marius been very quiet.
Sometimes that's just the function of it, Like, couldn't criticize Marius for a single thing, but like that's just because he's been dealt nothing all day, right? So I mean, it's all you can really do when you're self-grading yourself in those points is like, have I like made any mistakes? And I don't think we can say Marius has made a single mistake. So yeah, sometimes fold is just the right answer.
Are you dealing one more hand, Dylan? When do we get a re on these bond chips? I've had 4 time chips.
Marius on the big blind. Oh no, he's in the small now, is he?
So, like, but I never ever got a re on them, ever.
Yeah, small one.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. What's the point of it? Yeah, but what's the point of it? If you don't get a re on them, what's the point of it? Like, there's no point of it. Oh, so you get topped up.
Error on the raider there. I think Jared is the big one right now, just for reference, everyone. So it's just taking a second to catch up there.
3 fold.
Oh yeah, there it is. There it is.
There we go. Yeah.
I was worried for a second then that maybe
Jermaine's
it
just
had gone
whacked
too far.
queens for 19 bigs. This is a massive jam, man. I'm like not even loving this with nines, honestly. Like this is not fun at all. You'd see this in like again kind of normal situation. I think it's pretty easy with nines, but He's going to be certainly asking himself what the 19 big blind jam range looks like when it's going into everyone behind him from under the gun.
And this is really interesting because Jermaine came onto the table, you know, quite outlandish and, you know, firing on all cylinders and probably playing a bit wider, but he's really quietened down. We haven't heard anything from him. He's been making quite a few folds, and now suddenly comes up with this big jam. He's sort of
Good
really
question here is, Xiao, if you're in his seat, is like, how often does Jermaine have 8s? It's just like a great question, right? Because of course he can have the hands that everyone can sort of sit there and picture, like ace-queen and ace-king and offsuit and suit variations of these kinds of hands, but like, oh wow, Jared just actually picks up ace-king.
Yeah, right.
Speak of the devil.
Pure flip.
I'll get back to the 9s. Let's enjoy the flip.
You deserve to win this one, Jared.
You deserve it, mate. That's a good way to like anti-mock?
Yeah,
You deserve it, mate. I feel like I win more often if I can say the other guy deserves it, mate. See, Jared's got the black magic. Unless that was, of course, Jermaine who said that. I think it was Jared. With strong accents, strong Australian accents there. And just
one of
the
the
left for
tops.
Jared. Ace or a king. How does he do it? That is Thatcher to a T. He goes from nearly out to third.
And right on the break as well. He's going to be... is that on the break?
Yeah.
Is that the left hand? It looks like
Looks like
They
it.
look like they're standing
Jermaine's
up.
standing up as if it's a break, or they're about to. Oh, yeah. They're walking away.
Wow, what a great position to be in. Just on the break, get that double up.
What an interesting tournament we've got here. It's so interestingly balanced.
Are you going to hang around or are you going to be exiting?
I'm going to be exiting. I will be watching this, and I might pop in with a question for whoever replaces me. You know, put them on the spot. You know, just get on the other side of this this stream. But I really enjoyed being here, and again, first time at Kings. You guys got a brilliant setup, and thanks for having me, Jamie, and obviously to Chris earlier.
Been an absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
When you get on with the main tomorrow, if
I'll try and spin it up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Try
If I
and-
don't spin it up, maybe you'll hear me again in this booth.
Well, that's exactly
It'll be a
what I
bad
was gonna
sign,
say.
but hopefully not too bad for everyone's ears.
we can help nurse if there's an issue. Thank you very much for that. We'll come back
Thanks,
to you in how long did Chris throw the break was? 15 minutes.
15, I think. Yeah.
It's about 15 minutes then, guys. See you
All
soon.
right, cheers, guys.
There is no 25s at all, so we just want to just pump 100. Oh yeah.
Hello and welcome back to what looks to be the closing stages here, with just 6 players left in the mini main event. This is day 2 of the mini main after, I think, 6 flights in total. For this $450 buy-in, there was a $150,000 guarantee. Well and truly beaten it was, generating a total of $290,000 in the end, nearly doubling that guarantee. Thanks to a field of 745 entries, 6 remain. $61,000 going to our eventual champion. Blinds going into a level worth 200,000, 400,000 with a 400,000 big blind ante. And with 6 players left, everyone has locked up a minimum of 5 figures. $10,650 for the next elimination.
Yeah. There's Irish breakfast. They're all black tea.
2 million, 3 million, 3.5.
Yeah, the herbal stuff.
1, 2, 3, and 4. So just confirming a colour.
And just while we confirm a few colour ups at the table, as change in denominations soon to come into effect at 200,000, 400,000. Average stack just a touch over 5 mil at this point. And well and truly out in front at the moment is Fotios, which is shy of the 10 million chip mark. And as we come back from the break, I'd like to welcome someone that was in this tournament not too long ago, unfortunately falling just shy of the final table in 10th place for $4,750. Welcome, Liam Jehu.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
Just came straight out from Townsville, straight here to Sydney. You're a Melbourne regular, so good to see you getting around the circuit, finding a few results here and there. And how have you enjoyed this room so far? Have you been to King's Room here before?
Yeah, I have actually. This is the second time I've been here. I've always noticed that there's a lot of runners that are here, so I do try and make the trek out this time of year for the Sydney Millions. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Like, obviously, huge guarantees. So I always like rewarding, the operators with my presence at big guaranteed events, because I don't want them to overlay. So, obviously, as a regular, we want to see operators putting on good guarantees as much as possible. So I think the worst thing that can happen is actually seeing events overlay. So, because then that means that people will, the operators will stop putting the big guarantees on. So yeah, I'm definitely enjoy coming out here at this time of year, and the main event looks like it's going to be the biggest it's ever been. So it's 750 guaranteed, could hit $1 million possibly. Who knows? So definitely didn't want to miss that.
Well, good on you, Liam. Absolutely. When you're an operator and you put on a guarantee for an event that in its history has only ever gotten as big as a $729,000 prize pool, which again is nothing to sneeze at, but when you're putting a $750K guarantee on that, how often do you see an operator put up a guarantee that's bigger than their record prize pool for an event? It's not too often, is it?
Yeah, it's very rare. Like, honestly, I can't even think of a specific event off the top of my head, but that's what you want. Like, obviously there's going to be a small amount of inflation. The game's getting more popular year by year, but putting on guarantees bigger than the record prize pools from only the previous year is very impressive, especially when we've noticed year by year there's been even more saturation with new operators coming around
in the market. Yep.
Yeah, there's so much more poker being offered around the country and around Asia that people are traveling to. So the money does get stretched out, but the fact that the guarantees are going up and the players are going up and the operators are going up, it's all just good for poker in Australia. So it's pretty awesome to see.
Absolutely, and what they've done a little bit differently this year, obviously not going to put up that kind of guarantee without some assurances, and there's a couple of extra flights, and the final flight in which is currently in play, the main event, Flight F. So, yep, the Flight F, the 6th flight in total. We'll get more numbers on the main for you shortly, and of course re-entry is open on day 2 as well, but we're finally underway with the first hand post break here in the mini main event. And Liam, I'm keen to pick your brain for some spots as we obviously have a mammoth top prize of $61,000 from a $450 buy-in, so RCM implications certainly in play, and as we see players make certain decisions, would like to hear what would be going through your mind in these spots. So pretty much a standard raise here from Fodios, the chip leader, under the gun with 9s, and Jermaine not willing to defend off a short stack now of just what is just short of 6.5 big blinds at the moment. So these two short stacks, they'll be looking to outlast the other, and big incentive to do so because the pay jump between 6th and 5th is just about $2,500, and just by folding in the right time you can print yourself some money to the tune of $2.5 grand just by hanging around and outlasting the other short stacks. So they're going to be pretty handcuffed at the moment. Surely the big stacks will look to apply some pressure, no doubt, because there's big money incoming here. So Jared Thatcher did have the chip lead earlier in the tournament. There was a point where he had 70 big blinds, which was 4 times the amount of the next best stack at his table. Obviously, we can see that when things don't go your way, it can slide pretty quickly, as it has done so here. He's still well and truly in this game. And to have 12 big blinds but still be number 3, third ranked in the chip counts, just shows how important it is in terms of chip preservation just to hang in this tournament, because it can make you a lot of money.
Did that just fold through there, or did Jermaine jam?
I believe that folded through. So Jared folded button. In a sec, we'll replay this on our live coverage of the stream. Yeah, Jared had Jack 9-0 on the button, which is fair enough to fold off 12 bigs, I imagine. Queen 8-0 in the small blind, just let's go with it for 6 bigs, and King Deuce off in the big blind. Might have been a tough spot because you know how wide a small blind would usually be raising, at least, and to wake up with King High in the big, you might be considering a call. But
very, very interesting. I wasn't expecting that from Jermaine, to be honest. It's a pretty slam dunk jam there in the small blind, and maybe, I don't know, if maybe Jermaine misread his hand or something.
One thing I just referred to is 2 stacks having around that 5-6 big blind mark with a 2.5k pay jump incoming. Is there an element of just willing to hang on, not take a risk, hope for another bust out? Perhaps that's what's going through his mind. In your position, you might take the more aggressive route.
I guess that's what's going through his mind there. You definitely do want to jam that, though. It's just such a good hand, BBB, for 6 bigs, because if he folds, which he probably will be doing a lot, you just pick up like half your stack, which is huge.
Yeah.
Then you get to take an orbit with almost 8 big blinds, which is massive, because now if you double, you're almost at 20 bigs. You definitely would want to jam that one. You connected. You can make straights. You make strong top pairs. On an 8 or 8 high board or a queen high board. You might even fold, like he's got King Deuce. You might actually fold King Deuce in the big blind.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a very good jam spot. I'm surprised he didn't even think about it. That's why I thought that maybe his card. He must have misread his cards or something.
Yeah. Well, again, the only thing I can really put that down to is just not wanting to bust, not willing to take any sort of risk.
What could have been worth like a 10-second thought. Like the card, he peeled his cards and he just sprayed in the muck. I was kind of shocked to see that. I thought it could be worth a thought for a second, but again, he did fold the worst hand at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is great to have your insight, Liam. We saw how you were playing in approach to the final table, as there were pay jumps on the line. Of course, you make the most of the strategy of using those time bank chips, hoping for bust outs on other tables. It's all about that ladder, that opportunity for pay jumps by using any strategy possible. We saw Josh Baraba doing the same thing just a couple of days ago, and you picked your spots nicely. Showed that when you're short stacked, playing off 10 or 12 bigs, not everything has to be a jam. You can navigate post flop, and you did plenty of that. Obviously, when you run into it, you run into it. So unfortunate to find yourself out in 10th place, but still a great run regardless from a field of 745 entries. Absolutely still a decent enough result, and still a couple of names here that would be no surprise to see them in the winner chair, and a few hopefuls as well that, like you said, just one double up gets you to more than a playable stack, and it's an interesting game, if not already.
Yeah, honestly, it really is. Like when the stacks are so shallow, like what we're looking at about a 12 to 15 big blind average stack now. Like one double up, you're just so in the game from anyone. Like even Jermaine, like if he doubles up there and like he's cooking with like 12 bigs, like that's average stack. Or if Thatcher doubles up, all of a sudden he's equal chip leader. And he's clearly the best player on the table. Like that's all it is. It's just one all in can swing tens of thousands of dollars in equity. That is the the good and bad thing about these small buy-in big field sort of tournaments is that obviously they get so many runners and the ROI is insane once you get to the pointy end. But obviously these tournaments they can't go forever, right? They need to have a certain finish time being at a small buy-in. So it does get shallow and you do need to run like Jesus in Nikes at the final table. But that's the nature of the game. We're at the mercy of 52 cards and you just got to have the winning hand. Here we see Photios with the ace king on the button. That is a good hand. That is a great hand to peel on the button.
Goes 2.5x. Would like to just see 2x, especially against the short stacks. I think at 2.5x, hands like 5-3 off have a very easy fold and probably would be folding to the 2x anyway. But you do want to be going post flop in position against a lot of the big blinds hands, especially with a hand as strong as ace king. So you'd rather be making it just the flat 2x.
Yeah, look, I'm a 2x kind of guy, but there is a little bit some sort of theory behind making it bigger with a hand like that because it means that you deny equity, but it also means that people in the small blind and big blind are more incentivized to try and 3-bet jam because there's more juice in the pot to pick up.
Yeah, okay.
So sometimes it can be a bit of a meta to do that with a good hand because if people think they have more juice if they get a jam through, they pick up more chips.
Yep. That's
so there is some like theory to making it bigger, but I'm just a 2x guy. But I've seen some really good players to all sorts of stuff where they've made it like bigger sizing. So
well, that's the first solid argument I've heard for that. I really do like that, and it makes perfect sense. So Ray Badawi, I'm sorry for criticising your 2.5x sizings. Good value, Ray. Made a deep run just a few days ago, and pick it up here with Jermaine going an effective all-in essentially with the ace-3 of spades, and looks like it's getting through so far unless the big blind wakes up with anything peelable, and it's Marius there also off a 5 big blind stack, and he's not going to come along with the 6-4-0, so friendly for Jermaine there to get that one through.
It's huge for Jermaine because now he goes from sort of equal last in chips with Marius, and now he's a clear third last, and Marius is a clear bottom with only 2.5 bigs after this hand if he was to fold. So huge pick up there. That's why I was such a huge advocate before for Jermaine to jam that one through, because it just like creates such a big gap between him and the guy that he was equal bottom in chips with, and it puts so much more pressure on the other middling stacks to make sure that they don't bust before Marius. So huge pick up there for Jermaine. I mean, like I said, he picked up, he's almost like effectively doubled up. Like he's picked up half his stack. So if he does that one more time, he's getting the double up without even facing any all-in equity. It's like that is one of the good things about being so short, is that when you jam, you pick up so many chips. Versus like, let's say, open jamming 15 bigs and getting called, and you're at risk or something, but you only pick up like 20% of your stack or 15%. Correct. When you jam in like 7 bigs, you're picking up like a 30 a stack or 40% of your stack. It's huge.
Absolutely. So once again, Chris Waddy, your anchor here for the King's Room Sydney Million Series live coverage here. The first time we've brought you feature table live streamed action, and alongside me right now, Liam J, who finished 10th in this event out of 745 runs, so knows how to find a deep run or two or more. So great to have his insight here in the box. Feel free to say hello in the chat if you've got any questions for Liam. But right now, our attention turns to this all-in call. Marius at risk with the King 9 up against Jared Thatcher's Ace 10. And 2 live cards, not much more you can ask for when you're down to 3 bigs and find a call blind on blind. But that 10 in the window does not look good for Marius. And another 10 on the turn. Drawing dead, Mr. Demetriou will depart our field in 6th place for a not too shabby $10,650. That is a healthy return on a $450 investment, as we see Jamie's footage from the table as Marius there has a great run come to an end. Cashes for 5 figures though, so he'll be obviously seeing that as a bittersweet outcome obviously looking at that money up top, 61,000, certainly very tasty. And we are one step closer to it now as just 5 players remain. And Jermaine Ryan, second short stack, the short stack at the moment, turns to the man in that yellow bucket hat, Bobby Wu. He'll be looking to find a double up sometime soon, but still not terrible with 7 bigs after we've just seen Marius grind his stack down to 3 bigs before eventually departing. And now the next payout from this point onwards, $13,000 on the dot. Can't be mad with that, as we said, off a $450 buy-in. Liam, what's next for you in this series? You've come here, I'm assuming, to look at some of those big events, not least the main event. How's it tracking so far for you?
To be honest, I wasn't really, planning on no lifing poker while I was here. Like, to be honest, like I literally max late regged the last flight of the mini main last night and managed to bag a real nice stack. So I was only the second tournament I played. I max late regged the 1K high roller.
Yep.
Had a couple of days off. Had some stuff that I was doing. Had a birthday, and then I sort of moseyed in last night for a max late reg of the mini main. I haven't even actually played the main event, to be honest, so I was just kind of planning on regging it tomorrow. It's such a nice structure.
You've still got 30 bigs, I believe, if you max late reg, or if you register on the first level of day 2?
Yeah, day 2 reg 30, and then max is 20. With the hour-long blind levels, it's very, very chill.
Pulse,
so,
yep.
yeah, it's pretty generous and, nice structure for that. And you got, like, a good 50% of the field going, which is great because, you kind of, like, close to the money somewhat, like compared to regging from the start. So yeah, I'll just sort of cruise in about 12, do as many bullets as I need to, but and yeah, so that'd be good. Like last year, I ran semi deep in this tournament, and then I ran really bad. Ended up like I lost like aces v queens, and then aces v ace king or something. I had a huge I lost a lot of hands on day 2, and ended up crashing out.
Rough when you get it in with the best of it, not least aces a couple of times.
So I'm back with a vengeance.
Dream spots that just don't get the run out you hope for, and that's all part of the game, as we've seen a lot, not only on today's stream, but throughout our entire coverage. It's just a showcase of what poker can do sometimes. And now Thatcher on the big blind with 15 bigs. No doubt we'll be seeing him bump it up. Matter is how much, and let's look at those stacks in the blinds with Fodius there with 30 bigs. I don't imagine something too crazy from Jared. He just goes the 2 bigs. Jermaine there with Queen 10. Pretty hand, but not loving it out of position against a button raise, especially I like Jared Thatcher. But how wide do you think Jared would ever be opening here to consider a Queen 10 off from the small blind if you're Jermaine?
Well, to be honest, like from what I've seen, Fotios isn't really punishing anyone on the table. Like he made a few calls where he was like limping the small blind BBB with hands that probably should have been jammed. So Jared, honestly, I don't think he would be too tight here. I don't think he's going to be too worried about getting jammed on and having to fold out like hands, or be worried he's getting called. So I think he'll kind of happily. I mean, as being a friend of Jared's and having played with him so much, I think he'll be pretty happy to start, opening a bunch of suited connector stuff here or whatnot, just knowing that he'd be able to play in position. So that would definitely, you'd have to think about it. Like for Jermaine, Queen 10 off, like, if you think Jared's opening like 10-7 suited and stuff, which he probably is, you have to consider Queen 10 off. Like all it takes is any sort of fold equity, and you pick up 4.5 big blinds, which is more than half your stack. So I'd probably end up folding. I think he made the right decision, but definitely worth a thought. If you think Jared's getting out of line on the button, then for sure. But if you got like a chip leader who's really going to be punishing in the big blind, then I don't think we're going to see Jared like getting super out of line with like some suited connected stuff. So.
Well, Jared here's loving this flop. Top pair, top kicker, backdoor nut, flush draw. Foddy's here, not much to work with, and has a comfortable let go. Would you like to see Jared allow for some rope, ever find some checks there when you got the board that covered, or with 2 hearts on the flop, or a bit of connectivity with some backdoor straights or some straight draws for like 9-10 and those kind of hands? Happy to continue there a majority of the time? Yeah, definitely want to bet there. And for a good size too, you don't want to bet too small there. So he bet 40%, which is good. You want to. There's just so much stuff out there. So many like Queen 10s, 10-9s, random, all 8x, all 6x, worst Jack X, hearts. So you can get value from all of those.
Yeah, you definitely want to put a chunky little bet in there, which is why Jared threw out about 40%, which is perfect. It's exactly what I would have done too. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Just hands that would fold to.
Yeah,
any
those kind of
size,
boards where it's like, very connected. There's lots of straight draws. You kind of want to throw a bit of extra juice on there because there's just so much stuff that wants to continue versus the bet. We see a lot of people, see bet like 1/4, but see betting 1/4 on ace 4/4 rainbow is very different to jack
Yes,
8/6
yeah.
two-tone.
Paired boards.
Yeah.
Versus those middling connected
Yeah,
boards.
call
so-
that like a very, very dynamic board where there's lots of stuff going on. So you want to charge all the more combinations of hands that want to continue versus a board like ace 4/4, for example. There's a lot less combinations of hands that want to continue to any side. We call it basically being like inelastic or elastic to size. There are hands that will be inelastic to size. So if he's got like king 8, he's going to call a quarter or he's going to call half pot. So it's like, why would you not get the extra value when you have the value? Yeah.
Yep. Great insight. Again, Liam Jehu next to me, Chris Waddy, your anchor as we reach the closing stages of this mini-main event. Just saw Jack 10 suited folded from under the gun there from John Stephanopoulos. Obviously a very pretty looking hand, never easy to fold, especially 5-handed, but playing off 13 bigs, a couple of short stacks beneath you, looking to stay out of trouble. And Furious here in the small blind elects not to apply any pressure on Bobby Wu, whose hand we just missed as that graphic loaded up to show the hand was over. And he shows what looks to be ace X of some sort, so gets away with that one there. Furious by not putting any pressure on his short stack big blind next to him. And we continue on here. Another reminder, 13 grand is your next payout. 18,000 for fourth. 25 grand for third place. Then a big jump up to $38,400. If you thought that was a big jump, look at that top prize. $61,000 to our champion. Once again, we can't say it enough times, from just a $450 buy-in. There's about 90 of you on our Facebook coverage tuning in.
800,000.
And I'll just check the YouTube stats at the moment.
True, false.
We are on the fresh channel, the King's Premium Poker Room channel. Check us out there. We're also on Twitch at King's Premium Poker Room. That's all one word. No spaces, no caps. King's Premium Poker Room. There's well over 50 of you tuning in on YouTube, so great to see a decent turnout there. 90 here on Facebook.
This is what we'd say. Don't try this at home, kids. Oh, jeez. John with the queens and the big blind.
Oh, so it's gone Jared opening gun with the 5s. Fontios with the flat with the A7-0 on the button.
Seems ambitious, but...
Yeah, he wants to see something in position, but he can just be dominated here so much of the time, or at least not performing well against a lot of the hands that will be opening, but he'll get away from it here as John, obviously, against an open and a call, and with 12 big blinds, there seems to be just one option, and that is jam the queens.
What a dream spot for John. You just see a raise and a call from a somewhat passive chip leader, and you just see 4 bigs plus the ante, and you've just got 2 queens. It's just going to look so sus on you that you're just going to be jamming light here, and you've just got absolute stone hot. Jared's going to ask for a count, but I think his cards are going to hit the mark. He's going to be annoyed because he's going to be suspicious of
that
a light jam. If he's going to think that you might be jamming light here because of this, A7 offsuit flat, which is a bit, questionable. But he actually just does have the queens, so
yeah, it helps him make what is now an easy fold.
Yeah.
From a hand that he might have otherwise considered running with.
Look at that. John
flip.
just shoots straight up in a second in chips. Like, that's all it is. It's just one hand and bang, you just go from 4th to 2nd like it's nothing. Jared backing down in the 3rd, but it's pretty close. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing Fox just throwing just a 3-bet there.
Yeah, with the A7-0, absolutely.
It's absolutely going to work. Jared's going to fold it. I mean, obviously, like I said, it's a don't try this at home, kids. It's definitely just a fold pre-bet. If you're going to put the chips in, throw a little 3-bet in there. Because you might find Jared will take the lower variance route out this deep in the tournament, especially if people are under bluffing, which they definitely are. I mean, obviously, it wouldn't have worked that time because John had queens. But,
if you're going to play
future reference,
Absolutely. So if you're going to play it all,
Just
played
you
aggressive.
want to
yeah.
be flooding hands that just have a bit more playability post flop.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
There's-
something like even, you know, like an ace 10 suited, so much more playability. You know, you can make stronger top pairs, flushes, you know, you can cooler worse pairs as well. Like if Jared's opening like king 10 and stuff and it comes 10 high, you can
Yep,
cooler that. With the ace 7,
absolutely.
you don't get that. Like even if he's got ace 5 and it comes ace high, it's probably going to be a chop. You know, like you don't dominate much. You can't make flushes or straights, you know. You want to be fighting the more of those kind of hands where you just got a lot more playability post flop, especially against a player as good as Jared. Like Jared's going to put you in the bin if you start, you know, flatting too wide, because he's just going to be able to outplay you. You know, he's going to dominate your range.
And speaking of King 10, which you just mentioned before, we've got John waking up with it here in the small blind. And with a big blind that's got 16 bigs and is as capable of as Jared Thatcher. Could proceed with caution. Obviously, it's a pretty standard raise. He's gone 4x out of the small, a bit too big. You'd like to see something more around the 3.5x out of the small, or think this is okay?
It's probably a little bit big, but I probably wouldn't want to be going much bigger than 3x here. But I guess it's kind of back to what I was saying before. Like, you know, against a player as good as Jared, I guess he just wants to kind of mitigate having to play out of position. It would be kind of awkward if you got jams on, because King 10's not really one of those hands you want to be like raise calling BVB or raise folding. It kind of fits perfectly into like a jam or a flat spot, because like, you know, like when you get jammed on after raising, it's kind of like, well, now what do I do? And then, you know, you can't really be folding it and you can't really be calling off either. So it kind of does fit nicely into that, you know, call or jam spot. But I can understand that he doesn't want to play out of position to Jared, which completely makes sense.
Exactly. And that's when you're talking about varying your sizings based on different circumstances. So whether it's, you know, a 2.5 click because you want to provide more juice and incentivize a squeeze when you've got a strong hand, then absolutely. Or in that case where you just do not want to go heads up post flop against one of the best players, or arguably the best player on the table, and certainly the most experienced, or at least the most to show for on his resume and on Hender Mob, with more than 1.5 million US in tournament winnings. He's a player that if you can avoid playing against him, especially one-on-one in a big pot, then take whatever route you need. Now, Bobby Wu finds the ace 9-0 in the cutoff and runs into aces. Disaster for Bobby, who's played so well up to this point. Found a deep run, one of the deepest he's found in his time playing. Locked up 13 grand, but 13 grand might be his cap here for earnings in this tournament, as he puts in all but one of his chips.
It's going to be a hard one to win for Bobby. It's such a good jam spot for him. He feels so sick.
Yeah.
You know, ace 9 off for 7 bigs in the cutoff. What a dream. What a dream hand, and he's just absolutely ran into the stone cold Nutter Butters.
Well, we saw aces versus ace 7 before, with a 7 in the window, a 7 also on the flop, so 2 on the flop and then 1 on the turn for quads. And he'll need a little bit of help in a similar fashion here in order to stay alive in this tournament.
It's got a flush draw.
Got one live suit with the ace of spades. Let's see if we get any assistance from that as we go to a flop. There's a 7 in the window again. It's all diamonds. He's got a straight flush draw with looking for the
good.
10 of diamonds, or any 10 rather.
Any 10 will do. A 5 will work as well.
Yep, any 10 or 5. The 10 of diamonds was folded earlier, so there's no straight flush possibilities. Queen on the river, not what Bobby's looking for. And a valiant effort, finds himself eliminated in 5th place here in the mini main event at the King's Room Sydney Millions for $13,000. That leaves us with just the 4 players left. Next payout from here, $18,000. And a reminder, $61K up top, $450 buy-in. Congratulations on a great run there, Bobby. Out in 5th place. 4 players remain from here.
I said that's almost worse than losing the freaking ace 4. You know, ace jack suited versus ace 4.
I was actually surprised that he jammed. I just thought you were going to flat.
No, like it's the same thing. Yeah, that's right.
You flat, right?
Like
you flat, so I jam.
200, please.
Well, 4 remain, and there's 2 decent stacks with John and Photius. It's a few Greek players there, a few Greek names showing up. We had Dimitriou earlier. There's a strong Lebanese and Greek presence around this poker room. Good to see a bit of cultural diversity He'd have a countries event at some point, perhaps. We've seen those at other poker venues.
The World Cup
World Cup,
State
yeah.
of Origin, next level.
Yeah, if there was need about 100 spots in the Lebanese team for me to get any hope of getting near that, because there's a strong presence around Sydney. And there,
look at that. So now Jermaine's he's just
now he goes the Queen 8
suited.
It's because it's suited, Liam. It's
I
because it's suited this time.
But all I'm saying is that if Queen 8 offsuit was a snap fold, Queen 8 suited can't be a snap jam. That's all I'm saying.
I definitely
That's
know where you're
all I'm
coming
saying.
from. And both
That's
of them,
all I'm saying.
Queen 8 off or Queen 8 suited, both are going to be folding out 7-3 off in the big
look
blind.
at that, bang! You just go from 5.5 and now you're 6 bigs.
Eight-
Bang! Now you're cooking. You're on the button with 8 bigs. You get a double from 8 bigs. All of a sudden you're second in chips. Bang! Cooking. No, it's good to see Jermaine found the jam there. You know, you're just gonna be printing there in that spot. Queen 8 suited. Ship the chips over, mate. Easy fold for Fodios in the big blind. Stacks have evened up a little bit. We got John as the new chip leader. I think John's probably going to cause a little bit more headache to Jermaine and Jared. It seems like he's been a bit more active from what I'd seen and from playing with him before. So although they'll be happy with the pay jump, it's definitely not going to be as easier. You know, just like not being able to have your way a little bit more, like as they were with Fodios. So you see Jermaine here pick up a very nice hand on the button for 8 bigs, ace-9 offsuit, as long as they don't have aces. As long as they don't have aces, this is just an absolutely beautiful jam. You're going to get called by worse. Fold out a bunch of hands with equity, you know. Just a dream hand on the button, really.
Absolutely. And Jermaine again, leaving just that one chip behind. Fodios not coming along with 8-2 suited. Big blind here, John Stephanopoulos, the chip leader. Let's see what he's got. And what he's got is not a calling hand. We go to the next one. Again, there's a bit of action slowing down, just waiting for a couple of big hands to cause some fireworks. But again, now the short stack with 11 bigs. This is the biggest short stack we've seen in a while. We've seen a few players get down to the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 big mark. And now with 11, it's enough to cause trouble because a double up takes you into near chip lead territory.
That's all it takes. All it takes is one double up. You know, at this stage of the tournament, and such a big field for a small buy-in. Obviously, need the 30-minute levels to get the tournament done by the end of the day. So you do need to get your jams through and double up in those much-needed spots. That's all it can take, really. Even Jermaine, if he doubles up through John here, he's the new chip leader. But that's how close it really is at how fine the margins are at this stage of the tournament. Interesting to see what Fodios does here on the button with Queen 6. I'd seen him make a couple tight folds on the button before, so not surprised to see that hit the mark, although it definitely should. John with the King Deuce suited in the small blind. Pretty juicy hand to jam here with BBB against Jared. Very good equity when called. Fold out some better king highs as well. Yeah, we do see John make a very good jam, and Jared's got to let go of the 9-7. It's just good poker there. Let us know who your pick is, folks. If you're tuning in, there's 85 viewers on Facebook. Let us know who you think's going to win. Let us know who you're supporting. Half of Greece is in the room apparently, so always curious to see who the chat's supporting. We've got the legendary Alex Hansen on the decks here as well.
Sorry, I thought it was 5 minutes.
He literally a second.
Sorry?
He had a second spare. He just decided to start the shuffle.
Sorry.
One of the best in the business, Alex Hansen on the decks.
Does that count part of the shuffle, does it?
Huh?
Zero in my bed. It's the start of the shuffle.
Oh, yeah.
Now we got John with the Queen 6 off on the button. We just saw Fodios with the Queen 6 off on the button. Now we'll see. Will John will John be letting go of the Queen 6 offsuit as well? He will. They both reluctantly let it go. They both sort of wanted to have a steal, but weren't quite sure. It is probably a little bit too far down, but I do like how they were both thinking about it.
Yeah. Devious intentions.
Yeah, you know, you've always just got to think about it in these spots. You know, can I get a little steal through here? You know, will the big blind, you know, will they push back on me if I go for a little bit of a light open? Jared's all in here with King 9. Jermaine's having a funeral for his hand. Let's go with the Jack 8-0.
Yeah, certainly up the upper echelon of small blind hands to wake up with and find a jam against the big. Easier decision than most, especially with King 9. Anything King high, blind or blind. It's.
We just saw who was it? John jam the King Deuce suited for 14 bigs against Jared, and I was like praising it and how good of a jam it is. It's just such a great hand, especially out of position. Like Jared had 9-7 off and folded, but you know, limp check. All of a sudden, you've got 60% equity out of position. Like it's just such a print spot.
Yep.
Yeah, such a print spot to just jam, take it down. Even when you get called, you can have decent equity. Like you fold out some King 7 offsuits and stuff that Jared can have.
Yeah.
Just so many pros to taking the aggressive route when you're this shallow, especially at this stage of the tournament when the fold equity is through the roof because no one wants to be the next one out. No one wants to be the guy that doesn't get the 5k pay jump. So
precisely, 5k pay jump is what is at play here.
Very interesting hand there for Jared on the button. Jack 10 offsuit, 11 bigs. Jermaine is shorter, so it'll be interesting to see if he does jam or min raise. I think both.
Like a click here. Yeah.
Both merits. There's merits to both for sure.
Jermaine here should be finding a shove here out of the small blind against Jared's opening range. We can obviously see the cards, but if I find King Queen suited after Jared Thatcher opens button four-handed, I'm pretty excited to put those chips in the middle. Would you not?
Yeah, it's a great spot. I think it's obviously just an easy jam. Jared, I'm assuming here is going to be raised folding, but it's one of those spots that's so awkward because like. If you actually, run the calculator spot here, if he knows he has King Queen, he's probably going to call because it's only an extra 5 big blinds. He's already got 2 in plus the big blind ante. If he knows he has King Queen, he probably does call. But obviously the times where he has King Jack and King 10 and Ace 10, it's a disaster for Jared.
Yeah. If you're Jared and you found a shove instead of a click here, does it fold out King Queen offsuit often?
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I'm assuming what Jared thought in his head is just like. When he jams and gets called by big blind, it's a disaster because the big blind's probably going to be overfolding from what we've seen from Fotios. So it's kind of a disaster when he jams there and gets the call. So I guess he was kind of just trying to reassess, I think Jared knows he's not going to get punished a lot. He's not going to get jammed on light. So he's kind of happy to try and, take a post flop in position. And then, when he gets jammed on, he's kind of happy to make an annoying fold with Jack 10. Obviously, no one's going to be blaming Jared if he decides to jam there, with 11 big blinds in the button.
Yep. Just looking through Hand Mob, I'm just going to type in a couple of these players, and Fotios, I'm seeing, has not had an entry since March of 2023. He's been off the tour for a while, but travelled to the Gold Coast. He's played over in New Zealand at the WPT New Zealand. Okay, there's ANZ PT records here back to 2011. He has a best live cash of $32,000, so that he is no slouch there, finding 4th place in a 2200 New Zealand WPT main event.
He's got a chance here to better that as well. So that first place was about 40,000 US. So
yep, certainly no slouch. A bit of a record to his name, but going back quite a while. So
it's good to see players that haven't been playing for a bit, like getting back into poker. That's like back on what I was saying before. Like the game's just been growing so much year by year. It's good to see people that maybe used to play, a few years ago, and when maybe COVID came around and they stopped playing a bit, and all of a sudden now it's back and prospering. They're getting back into it. That's what you want to see.
I can't play with one card, but I don't know. Is that like a rule? Is that? Yeah.
Jermaine just letting everyone know that he only had one card.
No? I don't know. Yeah, I fold anyway. I just gotta go run to the bathroom.
Going to the bathroom, ladies and gents. Just an update. We'll let you know if it's actually, no, I'm not going to go any further with that bit.
Jermaine is he's a legend, mate. He's a character.
Yeah,
but that's what you want when you're playing poker. You want a couple of characters that keep you young, keep you sane. Oh, speaking of the devil, look at that.
So we will be going on a break shortly here, guys. In approximately Mathematics, 15 minutes from now. So John Stephanopoulos looking at his hand, and he's got a best live cash of $2,700 US. So he has blown that out of the water, to say the least. Total live earnings, 13K. That's US dollars. So right now, they have all locked up a very healthy total of $18,000. So John right now has pretty much doubled his total live career earnings. And in a position to possibly go further if he can hang on to this chip lead, find a couple of ladders, and then potentially battle for that 61 grand up top.
Absolutely huge. That's what you want to see. You want to see people breaking their career highs, PBs. It just makes them hungry for more, and they're coming back, and all of a sudden they're playing a 2K main, and then all of a sudden, you know, that's what you want to see. It's good to see, and congratulations to him.
Yeah, so John, one entry from 2013, another from 2016, and then jump all the way to 2023, and then to 2024. So far and few between in the early days, but you look here, spent some time over in Vegas for the World Series earlier in the year, picked up 3 cashes there, and then he's playing a lot since. He was at the APL Million playing a few events, then at the Poker Spring Championships, and now he's here making a deep run in the main event here at the King's Room, Sydney Million. So John there with a chance. Like I said, he's already doubled essentially his total live earnings in the poker tournament arena and has already thrashed his best live cash. So we'll see how he continues. And Jermaine Ryan as well, an absolute character as you mentioned. Back from the bathroom now. So Liam, you're going to play the main, you'll play it tomorrow. Is there any other side events on the schedule that have piqued your interest? You had a double in the PLO 456 earlier. Quick entry and exit there. Did you which variant did you play? Was it the 4, 5 or 6 that you managed
I played
to play?
one hand of 6.
Yep.
I was in the big blind.
Yep.
I went all in with aces, and I did not win.
Well, as is pretty
I
common.
actually came last, so yeah, it was fun.
That's PLO 6 for you.
That is PLO 6. Yeah, I maxed out registered because I was in the freeze out. So yeah, it was fun though. I enjoyed it. It was a good 38 seconds. So.
How many big blinds?
But yeah, honestly, I'm not really sure what's on tomorrow.
The schedule here, main event day 2, obviously all eyes are on that, and for those that are unlucky enough to not proceed much further in that one, right on just about the late rego time for the main event, we have a 450 big stack. That's a 450 buy-in, 60k stack. 25-minute levels, unlimited re-entries until 7 p.m. The record prize pool for that, 63 grand, but there is a guarantee of a minimum 50, so it's safe to say that'll pick up quite a field. The lockdown, 6:30, that's a freeze out, $250 with a record prize pool of 20 grand for that one in the past. So again, it's 60k start stack for that one, 20-minute levels with no re-entries. You can buy into that one up until 9:40.
This is not very good for Jared. We've seen a cut-off open with the aces, and Jared's got 7 bigs in the small line with Queen Jack suited.
Which is fair to run with.
The money goes in, and he's not going to be in good shape. Jermaine getting the count with the 9 high like a boss, but I think we know where those cards are ending, and most likely where those chips are ending too.
Yep. So Jermaine here giving this some thought with the 9-8 suited. I don't know what's going through his mind in this spot. I would love to see a gun open and a jam in front of me to make my 9-8 suited very much an easy decision to fold, which he does eventually get there. And now Fodios, of course, snap calling with aces, and Jared is going to need a lot of help here.
Look, if there's anyone that's going to do it, it's going to be Jared. I think it's just going to... There's always a sweat with Jared usually. Oh, well, that's not going to do him a lot of help, and he's going to need a miracle 4 on the river.
Here. No, not quite. Needed a 4 there on the river to split it up, but Jared Thatcher's run has come to an end. Certainly one of the most experienced players on the table, definitely the most decorated, and many would argue the best player on this table, has found himself on the rail in 4th place for $18,000, and I believe our players are going to be taking a quick break for now. So thank you very much, Liam Jehu, for joining me in the commentary box. We'll be back shortly as we reach top 3. We're playing down to a winner shortly after this. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back very, very soon, so don't go too far. We'll be right back to play down to a $61,000 champion here at the King's Room Sydney Millions Mini Main Event Day 2.
This the biggest score?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
my biggest score. My biggest score is
break or
Oh, okay. Oh, this is-
Good evening and welcome back to the top 3 runners in the King's Room Sydney Millions mini main event here at St George Leagues Club. I am Chris Waddy, your host, anchoring this live stream coverage throughout the course of this incredible series here in Sydney, full of guarantees, full of record prize pools. I've had a variety of guest commentators I've had the pleasure of sharing the commentary box with throughout the course of the day and the last few days here since we got this live stream up and running on Monday. But I'm right here riding solo to see you through to a champion, as a deal has been confirmed amongst the top 3 players. An ICM deal at that, and with Fotios and John both holding identical stack amounts. They've both got 12,750,000. And the 4.4 million for Jermaine Ryan. I'll get you the numbers on that deal in a moment. So what was initially meant to be 59,000 up top plus a 2K ticket to the 2026 Sydney Millions main event. So it's 61,000 in total value. That would have gone to first place, 38,400 for second. $25,550 would have gone to third. Those numbers have been adjusted. Those 2 identical big stacks each walking away with $44,830 each. And Jermaine picking up a very handy 33,290. So pretty much 45K each for John and Fotios. And Jermaine getting $33,000 in his direction. That is all locked up right now. They are just playing for the title, the trophy, and the $2,000 2026 Sydney Millions main event seat. So 26 bigs and 26 bigs. There the value of the 2 big stacks counts, and Jermaine with work to do with the 8.8. As Fotios finds top and bottom pair on this flop. John's lead is going to be met with resistance, and he will probably have to find a fold here. At best, he's looking at being up against a flush draw, and even then, he's King 3 high, not performing too well in equity against that, let alone against the 2 pair of Fotios. As we can see, the percentages there, he's just got the 5% and rightly makes a fold. 3-handed play now. It's been entertaining so far, and all 3 of these players breathing a sigh of relief. As Jared Thatcher recently eliminated in 4th place. Probably the most reputable player on that final table.
But it's a free fold for me, really.
With the biggest Hendon Mob live tournament earnings count of anyone remaining in the tournament at the time, and he's out in 4th place collecting 18 grand. Certainly no mean feat from a field of 745 entries. Of course, there's plenty more on offer here at the Sydney Millions, with the main event in its closing stages of its final flight. Registration has just locked out for that one at 11 o'clock. We'll get the numbers for you soon. But again, re-entries and entries still open on day 2. That is tomorrow. The main event kicking off at 11 a.m. Sorry, 12 p.m. 12 p.m. 11 a.m. was the start of this mini-main event. Day 2, the main event tomorrow, midday start here at St George Leagues Club for the King's Room Sydney Millions. That's the main event kicking off at midday. Now, if you were to register at the start of day 2, you'll be happily sitting down to a stack of 30 big blinds. That's 30 bigs. Because the final blind level of the day 1 flights will repeat at the start of day 2. Everyone loves a good blind rollback. So it is very player friendly. Everything here, everything that can be described about this King's Room series can be summed up in just 2 words: player friendly. Great structures, great stuff, great equipment, lovely chips. Got a beautiful weight to them. I often play the Kings events at Churchill Sports Bar, making the journey out from Sydney's Hills District purely because of the chips. They're nice to hold in your hand, and if you have all of them at the end of the tournament, it's happy days. Yet to find that personally, but someone here will get to experience that sometime pretty soon here as Fotios wakes up with the ace-7 suited on the button. Definitely a raise, probably to the tune of 2 big blinds. Blinds are currently 250,000, 500,000, as you see at the top right of your screen. Decides to go all in, putting max pressure on. And you can see John waking up in the small blind, the other big stack, with pocket jacks. That's a monster raise from Fotios. And that's what happens with this sizing. You either fold out everything or get called by a monster. And jacks here, 3 hands, is nothing short of a monster. As Jermaine clears the road happily with the 6 deuce off, willing to let the 2 big stacks do battle. Pocket jacks here at risk against the ace-7 of clubs. John here in prime position. Needs to fade an ace or some clubs. See a club in the window. And a pretty safe remaining 2 cards behind. A few cards that could provide a sweat. That's one of them. Now out to a 4 here for Fotios. 4 left in the deck. Can he find one? He does not. And John, look at that. 24 million in chips. Just about 50 big blinds. And Jermaine would be absolutely cheering with that. He would have preferred a pay jump. But regardless, seeing the 2 big stacks do battle. Now Fotios left with just sub 5 big blinds behind.
Hasn't happened all night. Waking up with that, you know. You calling your 2-3?
No, I have 6-3. 11-150. I can't call it 6-3.
So they get these counts sorted out. The 2 big stacks there with plenty of chips in front of them. And when all the chips go in like that, it takes a moment to organise the stacks, verify that the counts are correct. TD, Brian Newen, now watching over as the very experienced Alex Hansen works his way through these stacks. Just a reminder, every player here has secured
That was the best ICM of your life.
a locked amount of money thanks to an ICM deal being made.
That's what we done. That's what we done.
$44,830 going to both John Stephanopoulos and Fotios Manolakos. Jermaine Ryan getting a friendly $33,290 in his direction.
Hey, wait, we're heads up now. You just take the win, all right?
Yeah, you just fold everything, all right? Oh, no, I'm in big blind.
You sure are. What's small? 250 still?
Yes. Well, it looks like I'm committed on this one, yes.
How much? No, you still got to play like against me. That's still good. But he's.
And we proceed to the next hand now.
Send him a message when you get home. Cheers, coach.
Again, those money deals locked up. So Jermaine Ryan has locked up $33,000 and another $290, $33,290. His best live cash prior to this was $15.95. Oh, actually, sorry, $3,900. Rather, his best live cash came at the Poker Palace main event, 20th place for $3,900. He has nearly 10x that. His total live earnings, 8K US, roughly 12,000 Australian, and he's locked up 33. What a great result for Jermaine. Congratulations.
You would have locked.
And he's got ace-queen here in a position to knock out Fotios with the 10-6 of hearts, blind on blind.
You're more alive than ace spinner.
Could find his way to heads up after he was initially the shortest stack, three-handed. Needs a clean run out the heart in the window. Jack and an 8, clean so far. Turn card. Another Jack needs to fade a 10 or a 6, and we will be heads up. And we are heads up. Congratulations, Fotios Manolakos, for his third place finish. Again, with that ICM deal, he took home $44,830, which is better than the initial second place prize. So congratulations, Fotios.
The best ICM of your life, huh?
2-5-2-9. 3-1. GG, man. Well played.
It doesn't make
Fotios with his first recorded cash on Handed Mob since March of 2023.
Regardless of ICM, it's still a A7 suit.
His previous best cash was $32,000 US at the WPT New Zealand main event back in 2019. So almost on par with that. Roughly about $30,000 US
For how long? Like, do we have
on exchange.
Really
But happy days for Fotios.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So I can max tomorrow. Yeah? Okay.
Well, I want to flip.
I can go home and enjoy myself.
I can use
Well, maybe not make it back tomorrow.
other events, but it's almost over.
500?
Jermaine there clearly stoked with the result to this point, with still a chance that he could walk away with the title. Again, those money amounts were locked up, but there's still a $2,000 2026 Sydney Millions seat still available and up for grabs, as well as the trophy, as well as the title, as well as the glory for our winner here. And Jermaine's not out of it yet, but he's got a mountain to climb with his 11 big blinds up against John's 49. So again, Jermaine has blown his previous results out of the water, absolutely crushed it. His total live earnings to this point were 8K US, about 12,000 Australian, and he's about to walk away with at least 33,290, with room for the trophy and the ticket there. John Stephanopoulos, best prior cash of $2,700 US.
6 reps. 1,750,000.
And that equates, at least in Australian dollars, to 4,200. Was it the APL Million main event just a couple of months ago? So 4,200 is best live cash. He's more than 10x'd it. He's more than 10x'd his best prior cash. 4,200 previously, 44,000 tonight. How good. We love seeing this.
Good fold. I mean,
yeah.
Players collecting their best results.
It's unsuited.
Always a great storyline to see.
Yeah, but it's unsuited, bro. It's unsuited. You'll get it,
So his total live earnings were 13,000 US, so roughly 20 grand Australian.
The game change.
He will triple that by the time the result is entered in there for this event. So Jermaine down to 10 bigs. Matter of time before we see all the chips go in the middle, and it's up to the run out, our dealer Alex and the poker gods, to see in which direction the pot will go. John there just folding the 960. Jermaine gets a walk with the Jack 5 off, and that is just heads up poker for you. Not too many pretty hands finding their way to either player.
I'm just saying it. You can if you want.
No, I had Queen Jack, so it's not
beautiful. I had 6-9. Dinner for 2.
You're gonna see it anyway, so.
Yeah.
So no doubt these players absolutely stoked with these results. They'll probably go home and rewatch some of the stream, and they can find us on YouTube at King's Premium Poker Room, our new channel. If you're watching this on replay, John and Jermaine, give us a like and subscribe. Support the channel, support the room. And of course on Twitch, one word, no spaces, all lowercase, King's Premium Poker Room. And of course on Facebook, plenty of you tuning in to see who wins this one. As it goes limp, check. We get to see 3 cards. Pair of 3s looking best for John at the moment. Two spades out there, both with a spade. Jermaine's looking slightly better. Some backdoor straight draws for Jermaine also. Does he have a stab at all? It's been checked
2 bits.
to him.
1,250,000, 1.25.
He does have a stab, but it's a sizable total. 2.5 big blinds. 12.50. 1.25 million from Jermaine. And John's here looking at bottom pair, which is pretty strong heads up, and we can clearly see he does have the best hand, but don't think he'll go too far. Maybe could find a call, and he uses a time bank chip.
Time use.
John there does decide to let it go.
Nice bit.
It's easy when you got a pair.
I'm happy to do that. I had one too, but the lowest, and I was blocking the flush draws.
Maybe the best one, huh?
Hey?
Maybe the best pair.
I had the lowest pair.
I had 3.
I had a 3.
Another 5.
Oh, bit of mind games here from Jermaine. Telling some porkies before he said he had Queen Jack when I think he actually had the Jack 5. He was honest with John, said you'll see it on the stream, and at least makes things interesting here as John now wakes up to 6-5 suited. Love those suited connectors. Could limp here, see it in position, go post flop. And he does just that, as we'll see what Jermaine wakes up with. 7-4 off each of each other's outs for straights, and Jermaine blocking a straight flush out for John. And does he check, or does he see it as that unplayable that he wants to bump it up? Be happy with a check here to go post flop, and he does. It's connected slightly enough to be slightly playable. And here we go, Queen in the window, 8 and a 10, 2 diamonds. John's loving that. And as we can see there, Jermaine not got much to work with, and if John has a little stab here, he's going to get it through, you would assume, most of the time. Can't see exactly much justification for Jermaine to call. Maybe he turns his hand into a bluff. And
Can you what?
I've got to go to the toilet again, bro.
Oh, yeah. I do as well, actually.
Do you want to go? Can we have a toilet break? I followed. Can we have a toilet break? Is that alright? Is that okay?
all right, we've got 2 players going on a toilet break, leaving me in a tricky spot to keep you entertained for the next couple of minutes. Both players agree. There's no stopping them from heading to the restrooms. And now's a good time for someone to leave a comment in the chat to keep me company, as I've got no one in the comm box next to me and no players to commentate. Well, what will be a pretty short break, so whatever's on your mind, spit it out. Message in the chat. Ask me what I'm having for breakfast tomorrow. I don't care. Well, the least I can do is probably preview tomorrow's events, and of course, all eyes on the main event, day 2. $750,000 guaranteed. 2K buy-in, 60K start stack, 45-minute levels for the first 2 levels of tomorrow, so midday start, so 1:30 lockout. And then levels will move to 60 minutes in length. And again, if you register at the start of tomorrow, you still have a very friendly 30 big blinds at your disposal. And if you max late reg, 20 big blinds after 2 levels of play. And what that means is with 60-minute levels, and if you've got 20 bigs, at that point, you have plenty of playability, plenty of wiggle room. But of course, give yourself a chance. Get here at the start of tomorrow and do as much as you can to find a spin. We spoke to Liam Jehu here in the booth earlier. He'll be playing from the start of tomorrow. If he needs to fire a 2nd or 3rd bullet, he's happy to do so, because these events are ones you cannot miss and you have to be a part of. He said he played a year ago here at the Sydney Millions, and always wanting to reward operators for sticking their neck out with these guarantees. And what's remarkable about this one is this Sydney Millions main event has a record prize pool of $729,000. So not too often you see a guarantee worth more than what a record prize pool is for that same event. Of course, the disclaimer is that there are additional flights in this one compared to previous years. But again, still a remarkable chance for return on investment. $750K guarantee, $2,000 buy-in. Certainly worth getting in and amongst it. So Alex Hansen there keeping himself company there with some of the people around him as we await return from the bathroom break for these players. Once again, John Stephanopoulos already secured his best live cash, and Jermaine Ryan very much the same. Not only their best live cash, but absolutely demolishing their total tournament earnings at the poker tables in live tournaments up to this point. So best scores by a long way for both of these guys, and credit to them from a field of 745 entries in this mini-main event. It is no mean feat to get this far, given some of the names that they had to compete with to this point. Not least fourth place finisher Jared Thatcher. So again, the sunnies are on for Jermaine. It's business time. They return. Finishes off that beer that might send him to the bathroom again, but possibly after this tournament comes to a close. As we get ready for another hand of action.
Confirming button and 2.
No doubt Jamie Hall will get another winner interview with whoever does come out with all the chips here in this tournament.
No ante.
Yeah, when we're like heads up, no ante.
No.
Who is that? Like there was. Yeah. I'm not sure.
2 calls. Six checks.
Here we go. So a limp from Jermaine on the button with the Queen 4, flopping the best of it on 10 for deuce, 8 deuce for John. Both players with a pair down the bottom end of the spectrum. Not too many back doors at either player's disposal. And John checks it over to Jermaine. He's looking down at middle pair and maybe thinking, oh, probably good here. And he's going to look for some value. Bets 700,000 as a result. And you'd imagine if John was folding bottom pair before, he might be inclined to here, unless he starts to get pushed around a little bit by the shorter of the two stacks. He's going to think this over. And he's announced all in. He's mixing it up to play against a player that takes different lines in similar situations. Obviously, every circumstance is different. And Jermaine, he's staring down at second pair. There's no flush draw out there, not many draws that I can imagine that would like to stick the chips in now. Just a great play from John to elicit a fold from Jermaine. Gets the better hand out of the way and soars up to 25 million and beyond in the counts. 4 mil left for Jermaine. There we go. Jermaine realising he's been done.
Yeah.
He's forgiven him for bluffing him off the hand, does Jermaine.
I don't know why I'm folding a 4 there.
He said, I don't know why I'm folding a 4 there, to be quite honest. Honestly, not the worst play you could see, but again, not many draws you're up against. Don't know if a 10 just jams. So if you really think about it, you could talk yourself into a call, but again, better to make a bad fold than to make a bad call. And there's an all-in and a call here. Jermaine with a prime opportunity to double up with the King Jack of clubs. My personal favourite hand at this point in time, the King Jack of clubs, up against the Jack 6 of spades. King Jack at risk, Jack 6 of spades, looking to cause an upset here to end the tournament, but Jermaine in prime position to double up. There's a club in the window, but safe flop otherwise. 4 on the turn, just needs to fade a 6 here, and Jermaine finds an all-important double up. Oh!
Sorry.
Well, you heard it there in Jermaine's reaction, or maybe it was John rather. And how's that for a sound of the dap there, the high five between the two? Pretty clean as the two players share a moment together. And that brings this tournament to a close. A wonderful mini-main event comes to a close here. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. Just to recap of what happened in this event, 745 entries. What was initially a $150,000 guarantee was absolutely smashed, bringing in a total prize pool of $290,000. A deal was made, so it wasn't $61,000 up top. The top two stacks three-handed, so that was John Stephanopoulos. Initially finding a chop with $44,000 shared for both him and $44,000 for Fontios Manolakis. They each took home $44,830. Jermaine was the short stack at three-handed. He took $33,000 for his end of the deal. And now John, on top of that, takes home a $2,000 Sydney Millions main event seat for next year. And that brings this tournament to an end. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tomorrow, it's the all-exciting main event day 2. Re-entries still open and entries still open for the first 2 levels. Midday start, 1:30. Approximately is your last chance to enter that one. $750K guarantee, $2,000 buy-in, and that's what we will be streaming from later in the afternoon tomorrow. I've been Chris Waddy, your anchor. Thank you so much for tuning in. Full credit to Matthew Marshall and Jamie Hall for their excellent media work, and a huge shout out to King's Room for a fantastic series so far. After this, it's 2 days to go, and we don't want it to end. Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. I've been Chris Waddy. Once more, thank you so much. We'll see you next time.